this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. One day drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地獄なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come drive me get you down。悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙さ
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab mic and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat.
change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No line, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. You're getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that stated. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for
There's only some things in life that are as enjoyable, as beautiful, as magical as here in the LPL. You know, Lyric, with you, first of all. As I move my camera down, everything's frozen on me. But that's okay because we believe in each other. That's my start of the LPL as we go into the results.
Surprisingly able to pick up a win like RA. Like, sure, RA that hard to themselves, but it's great that the FX able to get care putting up some big numbers. But it was all about the match of the week. LG in game one, looking might be infallible.
Try and work out the tech issues. At the very least, we're going to be looking forward to today. Now, as far as I see it, OMG being over Weibo, as we'll talk about in a second, is kind of pog. But, my man, best of the riff. You ready to do this? Because an LGD top laner got best rookie of week 8. What year is it?
This guy is actually insane. Like, watching Xiaoshu in lane, he is just so cracked, solo killing people left and right. He's like the big hope anytime I'm watching any of LGD's games, and it's been so nice to see a player come up from LDL and once again just completely deliver. Because we talked about this before. It feels like it goes either like really well and you're like, oh my god, where was this guy all this time? Or it goes the opposite and they get kind of sent back to development very quickly.
Yeah,
so it's good that Xiaoshu was able to work out and get the best rookie.
I mean, again, you know, working out is one thing, but you were talking when we were casting them. This guy deserves like an upgrade of a team. If LGD don't do that well, as look out best of week number 8 as well comes to EDG being highlighted, LNG, WE's hope even in there as well is a bit of a surprise considering that we have been talking a lot about our playoff teams locking in their spot, but a bit of a middle of the pack and an ex-Worlds 80 carry. I hope sitting amongst stars as well.
Also, just, I mean, JJ on EDG, Scout on LNG, Hope on WE. All three of these guys used to be on EDG. This is, three of this is just 2020 EDG, which was a team that actually didn't work out, right? They were a team that were actually struggling for one of the first time in many years for EDG. So it's crazy to see, but JJ picking up the best player is no surprise. Every time we watch EDG these days, sure, like again, Fofo, Ala, what they're able to do is so impressive, but still, I think so much of it comes down to what Mako's been able to do with JJ.
That's a weird stat. You guys won't see WK a minute and go, oh, what is that? Wards killed a minute. JJ this week, 0.6 wards killed a minute. That means every 2 minutes, this man is killing a ward. That's a lot of commitment towards vision, Lyric, and I know we don't often talk about it with junglers as much as supports, but that's a great stat to highlight considering that EDG's priority on vision is obviously a lot higher than others in the league.
Yeah, and it just goes back to show, again, that the system they have in place. But we were talking about today's games. Look at this. It's like a middle-of-the-pack showdown, 6 versus 4, 7 versus 8. So these games are going to mean so much Weibo, OMG, BLG, TT later on. And it's one of those days where, even just looking at them on paper, it's incredibly hard to call, like, who's going to win, who a favorite is in these matchups.
I just can't believe OMG are above Weibo. Again, OMG, a bit of a surprise. They've had a lot of Game 3s recently. And Weibo are not a surprise because when the Shy's on a roster, there's always that emphasis that things can go backwards. They lost to RNG when, oh, wow, this team looked like a top 3. They lost to EDG. It feels like their loss to LNG was showing us something as well. What is your dogma this team? Weibo look crazy and that's cool. I like freezing. But they're in our Robotron kind of stop faces on our own screen. What is this team, bro?
Honestly, this should have been an expectation coming in. Again, like Shy, who's very up or can be down the game. Karsa as well, I feel like this is coming out of the worst since in recent years. He was very heavily criticized on top sports, but the time on V5 was very downtrodden, and we've seen that on this Weibo squad, that he's also been one of the members who can get exploited, can have like, a 0-6 game, and it's like, my God, what is going on? And it feels like in recent times, it's even kind of going over to the rest of the members, where early in the split, it was just about topside. Now, even like Xiaohu having like consistent strings of bad games in recent times as well. Crisp having some weird missteps. So, I don't know. Again, it's kind of looking more dire and more dire for Weibo as time goes on. But you can't say the same about OMG on a 5-series win streak.
Again, surprising, considering that for OMG, they've kept the same roster, and other rosters through the LPL have upgraded, but OMG now facing off against Weibo in a playoff indicated match. Now, what this means, folks, is that if OMG beat Weibo 2-0, not 2-1, that's not 100% confirmation, but 2-0 here today, they will lock in playoffs, and locking it in before Weibo would be a massive statement on top of that too. So kind of exciting. They've gone to a lot of Game 3s, so that's why it has to be a 2-0 here, with game difference mattering in our league after series score. But for OMG to hit that lucky number 9 regardless, it feels like it's going to be such a safety net as we get ready for this one up. OMG, let me just say to you, I mean, again, like, PP God coming through, maybe the upgrade they needed. Like, they had Cold for 7 years, Lyric. But PP God has been quite solid in... Okay, hang on. Wait, what? Are we... Was that Kamehameha? Was that the Rising Force? Was it soccer again?
I kind of felt like as they did it, they were gonna like transform, like either like some kind of like awesome mech transformation or like a magical girl type thing going on. You know what I mean? Definitely, I inch it more towards something, right? It definitely feels like one of those. Felt more mechy than it did like magical girl to me, but I don't know. I could be completely watch that be another football pose. Watch, I don't know.
I need to look at anime poses. I'm on a computer. I can do that. What the hell is Ultraman? It's like one of the first things that came up. Shout out to the Discord message as well. But yeah, Lyric, that could have been it. Wow. Cool, man. All right. Well, that seems like an OG 1966 TV series. That's hugely pog. That's like anime before it was even cool. Dude, West didn't even see that stuff.
You know what? I feel like with now looking this up myself, like I feel like saying mech was pretty on point. Like this guy's clearly very like Power Ranger-esque.
Yeah.
But you know what? We take the wins we can get, and now we see if your boy, the Shy, everyone knows the Shy's your boy. You guys go way back, from my understanding.
All these other people want to come into the league, as co-streamers, big fans, they forget that I was with the Shy's greatest year, his greatest split, right? Might not have been the best 2019 summer, but 2019 spring, that man, you could literally grate cheese off of his gameplay. It was that shredded.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that, but I'm glad you didn't.
I kept it real.
Yeah, kind of sad that again ever since that TL loss, that MSI, it just
That
hasn't
was
exactly.
sad. That was their
hasn't
MSI
exactly
as
been the
well,
same.
man. That was their MSI. Like, you know, people talk about G2 being the strongest, bro. If IG in their 1557 form were in that grand final, that's an IG MSI, and it would have been from Worlds to MSI. Then maybe it gears them up because, dude, 2019, their semifinals versus FPX was sick. Like, that was one of my favorite all-time semifinals, just purely because I think it was like Quickshot casting it at the time, and it was just like, you could tell he's like, dude, what is the LPL? There was like a kill a minute in 3 out of 4 games. We had Kai'Sa, Kale as well. That's a throwback. This is obviously a different match. This is a playoff match here for OMG. So I'll get us out of 2019 and I'll take us, or rather 2018, and take us right into Weibo versus OMG. Now, Lyric, in our 144p stream, as we try and get things sorted, I want you to tell me a little bit about 13.4 and what you want to expect here, because if you just say Zeri Lulu and Lucian Nami, I am going to be upset.
Well, I was going to say Lucian Nami, but OMG having other plans. We've been having a lot of priority come out on like the first rotations of Gragas. Aki only playing it once so far. Neither Cream nor Shanji picked it up, but also having the Tristana, which I love when OMG goes with because it is a flex. Abel is one of the AD carries who historically has been willing to bring out this champion, has played in this split, and yeah, just gives OMG a lot of, I'd say, dynamic explosion potential on the Rift.
Love that flexibility. Again, OMG are that team that had these unique pockets. Things like the Tristana, you know, Abel as well has had Samira banned against him almost 24/7 in this split as well. They've got a lot of respect for these pocket picks. Even the Rumble for Shanji is something we might be talking about this series, especially up against the Shires. Getting excited for that matchup, considering right now we do have OMG playing it safe. Shanji runs up on the Cassante top lane. This means that Weibo might have a counter response here to set up for the Shies lane.
I also just like this because you're taking away the Cassante, you're banning out the Scion, two of the things the Shy has been, again, more stable on and able to find these huge impacts. The Cassante specifically has 14 games on the pick this split. His next most played is Nar at 6, and then everything is 2 or less. So really going to be pinching him and kind of pushing Weibo in a different direction, which might be good for their comp because, you know, you have the Zeri, Lulu, and bot side, so it could potentially set up for the Shy to get his hands on the carry and play more around that top half of the map. And now looking at where Weibo want to go, wanting to take away some of these engaged supports that might want to pair well with that Tristana, but still paying respect to the fact that that Tristana can go into the hands of Cream. So looking at next pick, I mean, if you want to save that Tristana to continue to be a flex, you can even just look to pick support here, which I feel like would hard signal where it is going to go, but it looks like no. Instead, just going to end up opting into the Varus.
Okay, well, we know exactly where it's going then, at the very least. Is, dude, we're just getting Xiaohu happiness on our screen at the same time. Now we get to see where these solo laners go. Yes, we get Zeri Lulu bot, but bro, anything's possible. We've even seen Alawi in the LPL this split. We've seen the Shy on Quinn. The Shy's his most picked. Come on, man. Again, I guess the Shy just says, well, he wants to go with a firm favorite.
And now for Weibo, I mean, yeah, I feel like a lot's going to be up to Xiaohu and the Shy with these picks coming out. I do expect this to be locked in, give them some potential to try and find that assassination onto Cream in the mid lane. You know, marksman pick, very squishy, Tristana mobile herself, so things like the Spirit Rush combined with Karsa able to come in should be able to do quite a bit up against them. Ooh, this has been another pick, though, that we've seen PP God doing incredibly well, and he locks it in. 3 games, all wins, 18.5 KDA on the pick. And it's been one of the ones that, again, I really like to see from OMG when we've been getting a lot of compositions that are kind of shorter range, do want to come into. You expect that from the Vi. You know, champions like the Gnar as well, Ari, have to be very conscious of where these members are. But one huge ultimate from PP God, and that fight's just going straight in favor of OMG.
I feel like, though, we're looking at the potential of explosive mid, though, Lyric, right? Strong 2v2 on Weibo, strong 2v2 on OMG's side. A lot of CC combination, and I feel like whoever takes over mid might just take over the world.
100%. For Weibo, it's about shutting it down the Tristana and not letting Cream, but just be able to constantly push in those waves, whittle down plates, have that solo like 1v1 in the mid lane, which Tristana definitely has potential to outplay So we're going to see if Carson can get involved. Again, Carson Xiao should have a lot of synergy. They played together back in 2019, hell, even in 2018, right? 2018, 2019 RNG squad. So going to be up to them to come in, shut Cream down, and then take over the map with the ability to find picks on Ari and Vi.
It's also funny, Abel going up against Xiaohu as well, right? Abel was always that player behind Uzi for quite a little bit on RNG on Royal Club for quite a while too. So, you know, now in his own starting spot, and has been for a while, but going up against some former members of the organization, it'll be about setting yourself up for success, especially when you lock in playoffs with a win here. All it takes is this series going 2-0. If OMG 2-0 this, playoffs are in. And OMG will be our 4th team locked in here today. That's a crazy accomplishment, considering that OMG have for a while been that team that have been on like the 8th, the 9th, the 10th spot. Lyric, this will be a great start for them in this split in this year to show us that maybe they're better than what they have been in previous years, and maybe they're worth more respect here as we get into Summoner's Rift.
Especially if they can make a push past where they have traditionally been, where, you know, they're a team who usually does kind of like scrape by into playoffs, but can't really make it any further than that. So for OMG, I'd love to see them be able to push, again, whether it's to like a 3rd round of playoffs, maybe even start making their way up to like, you know, it looks very hard for them to try and lock in double elim from regular season, but they've been looking so good, they can win a best of 5, they can make it up there. In my mind, even if OMG don't win, even if OMG don't go to MSI, just seeing them consistently make progress with this core, split on top of split, is a win.
I think, again, like, sticking with the same roster, the development there, it's great to see. Now, Lyric, let's just get one thing out of the way before we get into this. I don't know what you're at the moment. I am looking at, like, YouTube when it first released. You know, 2007? You know what I'm talking about? When they had the lightsaber video with the guy in the green room. Oh, it's gotten better.
I was going to say, I feel like the best way to describe how it was a second ago is it looks like the player names are like ancient Mayan scripts. And they're like, what is going on?
Oh my God. Something that like the Egyptian pharaohs would be reciting to us as well. We're trying to write it down. But as PP God goes for the all-in, get a good trade in the bottom lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we can admit that our site is back. We are now at 720 again, and we even see the level 2 heal forward. What crisp. The emphasis there, Lyric, was incredible.
Yeah, crisp and light, just running them down. 2 Summoners burnt on the side of OMG. PP God actually incredibly low, so even just overall HP advantage going the side of Weibo's bot lane. And we hit on it that, you know, Weibo's spot lane light especially has really been one of the shiny, consistent pieces, which is why OMG are wanting to put some attention down towards his bot lane. But Aki standing on top of a ward. You're never going to be able to find light like that, my dude.
Well, as he walks away, Xiaohu, or rather Carter, excuse me, is ready to react and get into that bottom lane. Just across the board, though, quick uptake of the lanes and how we've started this game off. Xiaohu was down quite a bit of CS, but it looks like it was just a shove in. However, I could be correct, Lyric, because as Cream reacts to this next wave, that's a big gappity gap in mid already.
And it just comes from the Tristana. It's why we said, especially for Weibo, you don't want to see them leave it to like an isolated 1v1. Sure, post 6, sorry, we'll have more opportunities with the Spirit Rush into a charm and try and get something going, but I still feel like it should be incredibly hard to be able to kill Cream in those situations. So it's about finding that influence. I think for Weibo, you're probably going to be waiting till around 6 before even Karsa starts rearing his head for a 2v2. Maybe some opportunities come earlier on, but
he's found a perfect timing as well. The flash was burned from PP God, but he's out behind Abel. Karsa, great opportunity, but unfortunately a poor connection.
Still good presence of mind by Abel to even just be playing at that angle to make sure that Karsa really can't traverse him and has no way of getting down there. Is going to see the Shy potentially trying to run Shanji down.
Well, that's nice, isn't it? Just seeing Nar batter down the hatch just a little bit and smack it out on the other side. At least bot lane survives here for OMG, and you can see there's already a small gold lead because of the creams. Wow.
The
Cream's individual lead. There we go. Creme Fresh. I always wondered, should we be calling him Creme? Hang on, Aki's going to get the smite down here before Karsa gets his way with it. And Aki as well, actually up by 10 CS.
Which is kind of surprising when you think about the fact that Karsa, like, did just stay with clearing his own jungle before, you know, Aki being the first one to pivot down towards that bot line. But I guess with Karsa, also giving some time is Cream.
Good buffer. That's ridiculous.
Does have the teleport up.
He can buffer too much on Tristana, hey. Like, Tristana can buffer a lot of abilities in the game that shouldn't be buffered.
Yeah, I also want to highlight, just because, you know, this trade looks pretty bad on paper, but Xiao had already recalled and had already TP'd back to lane, to where obviously Cream still hasn't, gonna have his TP now, so he's gonna do just fine. Also having the Vamp Scepter now, so we'll be able to try to sustain out some of the poke that Xiao will be dishing out.
Well, as we see the TP used to get back into lane, Cream is here now with the Vamp Scepter, as you mentioned. Xiao does have level 6 though, and as you were talking about in drafting phase, this is about OMG using the pushing power of Tristana, about Weibo finding a response to mid as well and stopping that from happening. Mid still seems to be the prime moment here, as those ultis are going to make us talk about them a little bit more. But as you're also talking about those ultis on the jungle, it's also super important. We have to see what happens when Karsa gets 6, when Aki gets 6, around these first neutrals too, to see if they can start snowballing this game.
Yeah, Karsa, though, actually just wanting to pay more attention to bot. Maybe wanting to cover right now, knowing his bot lane's pushing in that wave pretty aggressively and expecting that Aki can find an opportunity here. But Aki not even thinking about bot lane right now. Wanting to work his way. Oh, maybe he is. Maybe he's working his way around.
He was spotted, though. There was some good wards from Weibo, so Karsa knows that the fat man lies here. However, ships in the night. Boys staring at massive walls. What will they do about it? As Karsa and Aki meet up in River, Xiao has that ulti, Cream's here as well. In the LPL, I always believe in a nice piece of blood. The Urukai saying meat's back on the menu, boys. That resonates with the LPL as well. As we're just continually hovering in the river, Lyric. Never mind, just chilling.
You look at the jungles, though, and no camps up. Now Raptors being there for Aki. Blue going to be up soon from the side of Weibo. Okay.
They are going all in. Aki's going to come in, distracted a little bit by Karsa, but Aki just runs past him into Chris. Forget it. Karsa's like, look at me, and Aki cares not.
No, just go straight for Chris. But a lot of that coming down to PP God finding the handshake to start the trade off with. Just a nice job realizing that they have the mobility, they have the ability to find that play. And now Weibo still wanting to find a punch on Aki.
It's a flash, it's a charm, the connection. They used a lot for that, and they will still find it. So Weibo with a quick response. It's on the jungler too, Lyric. And maybe that enhances the ability to look at this first drag.
I wonder if they'll think about it once Chris gets back to lane and they push out this bottom wave, because you can see now it being crashed in. Abel PP God's going to go for that reset, but we're going to get a replay here. Handshake comes out really nice, just sets up for able to get the trade, even the proc of the Guardian there. Like you said, Aki, especially the fact that he is Predator, right? Because Karsa can't keep up. Maybe if Karsa was able to keep up, you could just follow the Gragas and like try to flash in front of him, but yeah, with that Predator, even that is not possible. Doesn't like Weibo went with what I was saying. Wait for Crisp to get back to lane, push out that bot wave, and just to make sure you're able to get that dragon very safely. So, objective going over the side of Weibo, but look at Aki on the minimap. OMG wanting to find something of their own with that Herald, but with Weibo coming out from base now, they might potentially be able to look for a contest.
Perhaps. It's going to have to be pretty quick movement.
Nope.
Lulu is going forward, but Lyric, I guess they're a little bit too late to this one.
Yeah, not wanting to go for it. It's like you said, had they made a beeline straight to it, like Karsa finish off the red and go to it, even if you end up giving it over, maybe they could have, you know, been in a position to find a fight. But with Xiao not having Spear Rush, it does seem like a smarter thing to opt out of when, you know, the whole core of OMG who are around there did have their ultis online. So, nice job by Weibo to realize, hey, they don't really need to go for anything right now. But still, OMG playing for that gold lead. They take the Herald. They have CS leads, which are having them sit at about a 1K gold lead right now. And a lot of that coming down to like what Cream's been able to do in mid, even finding himself 2 plates already.
It's a huge advantage. It's another reason why OMG, we talk about these pockets consistently. You know, Cream has the Akali ban against him 80% of all games is split. There's just some champions where like OMG demand respect on, excuse me, yeah, respect, attack, and Cream is just, you know, I guess a great duelist, Lyric? Is that the right word I'm looking for? Good duelist player. I don't know.
Have you been casting Valorant recently?
Yeah, I did play a bit, you know. I've been playing a bit. Dude, the new champion is just Echo with greener hair. I will say that, new agent. But his portrait in game looks like it's 144p. I can't get over it. Play Valorant, everyone else has their animation. You're like, why is he in low res?
He also does look like he's like a Fortnite character. I will say that. But Weibo, focus on them now because they've ults up. And with the ult from Karsa, the cease and desist, it would be very easy to potentially find something onto Cream, but not wanting to go with it, just waiting for the lane prowess to come out to turn this into a scuttle crab. And I mean, hell, you're at a point now where we've seen the shot consistently of Prio on top side. Now with levels under his belt, Xiao who's able to threaten in mid, which is giving him push there. So I'd love to see some link up between the Weibo soul lanes in jungle and actually start finding proactive moves on the map while they have these windows.
The Shy just narrowly avoiding that Natofo strike as well. The Ghost is going to be popped. The Shy in a bit of trouble. The all-out's there, but it just sends him further in the right direction. However, the damage is now here, but Chanji getting autoed to death. Mega Shy not there. Flashes from the explosive cast. The damage so close to being a KO, but he survives. He gets out. While top all the attention's there, OMG's bot's going to be in trouble, Lyric.
And look at the video map. PP God's not here. He's wrapping around from the opposite side of lane. I guess Abel being incredibly lucky that there is no weight on the side of Weibo to try and make that dive possible. At the end of the day, will just be the Gromp taken away. But Weibo still hunting, still fishing for this. Vision denied, but Aki, good presence of mind to make sure gets some vision down before just making a mistake of walking into that fog of war. So we've seen Weibo spending a lot of time hunting for this. Karsa really just going back and forth between River, wrapping around to mid, looking at it from the Raptor camp on top side, going into enemy jungle on bot side, but the opportunities just aren't being given over by OMG.
Again, OMG with some more structured play. We're complimenting them here this split, but more importantly, complimented them at the start of broadcast. They are one series away from locking in playoffs as our fourth team. Weibo, I might have said we're a top 3 team at the start of the split. I stood by that, but sometimes you just, you know, with the good comes the bad. And Weibo are that team, you know, I don't know if Joe agrees with the mojo, but I think Weibo have the most mojo because mojo's not always a good thing, like 100% of the time.
So I actually predicted Weibo to win the split. I didn't think they would be the best team.
You
I actually,
sexy man.
I thought this would actually, this is a very fair representation of Weibo, how they've done this. Beat some top teams, lose some teams under them, and it be all over the place. But it's just the fact of like, if that all goes right on the right day, that could win you a championship. Though I guess with LPL's playoff format, that would need to go right on a lot of days. On very many days.
That's right. That's what makes them such a great team, but sometimes, as you said, such a questionable team as well. Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds, and we're going to get a good representation of that. They got the first one. Weibo have got all the tools here to try and bring it forward as Herald close to getting down the kill. Smite was used from Karsa, but he's got another charge. 10 seconds left to go on that. OMG getting the river first thanks to Herald. And with that push as well, Weibo are now on the defensive.
OMG, their composition is great when Weibo are playing right in front of them. You have so many ways to disengage, to buy space, to zone control where Weibo are. Even Shanji making his way down. Weibo theoretically, I mean, you'd want to find a pick first, but even if you just outright burst one member, right? Cream or Abel overstepping, Karsa and Xiao having the ability to traverse so much distance is...
Oh, it's a bait, it's a bait. There's the Ultra Shock as well, and they get PP gold before he can do anything. His ulti was up and he died. The explosive cast flashlight. Beautiful movement. Chris gets out as well, but Karsa now in trouble. But Light can take this over. This is his fight. This is his fight. Zeri versus Abel. They kill each other. Cream jumps in onto Chris against the wall. Click, click. Boom.
No shield, no wild growth for Chris to be able to finish that one. Man, it has to feel bad that you guys weren't able to finish off Aki, or that would have just been, again, a solid trade, an even trade across the board. The difference maker being the fact that Cream was still in mid, was able to make his way down, and was able to finish off that last kill. But at least Shy being a bit of a shining light up in top side. Oh, Cream?
He ran into an Everfrost and a Charm, but Cream still, it's an auto attack, 80 carry mid. Xiao has flash available for Spirit Rush there as well. Derek, I can sense magic in the air. I can sense Xiao saying, bro, I want to kill this man. Who was it who said, I want to kill the Shy or something? And it was like, guys, you mean outside the rift, right? And so we'll look at the replay on that note.
Yeah, going for PP God, I think a lot of it being the fear from that ultimate of why they want to focus him out. Maybe the polymorph was a bit of overkill, but still, they get him in the end. Karsten not going to be able to get out, and Light wanting to run them down. The healing coming out from Abel, making it so he survives and can at least trade 1-for-1 in that scenario. And then, like I said, Cream making his way down. Look where Shahu is on the minimap. He had gone for a reset and isn't going to be able to make his way over in time to potentially, again, make it a 3-for-3 at the end of the day. Still, though, Weibo are the team now threatening Herald, but unlike Weibo last time, OMG do want to prevent this. OMG do want to look for the fight. We can see Mythics coming online across the board this time around.
Black
But
play to start
Shanji-
for Casa.
TPing the bot, so this will just be a 4v4. Neither top lane can join up.
Is Aki going to walk into death? Barrel roll, okay. Star Fox adventures here from Aki as Xiaohu takes a lot of damage from the Night Harvest of Gragas. The Shy moves back down bot. He's already TP'd in. Shanji has already burned his TP as well, so if they stay here, they will not be able to join that Rift Herald fight. As I feel like Lulu might need some new voice lines, Lyric. You know, sitting there watching that, you know, she says that tasted purple. I wonder if she'd ever say that tasted bomba when she died from an explosion. As there's Casa running away. Good charm from Xiao, who buys a bit of space, but OMG again have a bit of priority here. These guys feeling strong yet again.
You know, going back to what you just said, isn't it
Do it.
impressive that Richie Valens wrote the song La Bamba without actually knowing Spanish? He didn't actually know Spanish, but he
Didn't
still
he?
wrote the song. So no, he
What?
didn't. I mean, he was, like his family obviously spoke Spanish, Mexican descent, but still he didn't, he just like learned how to say the words without ever actually learning Spanish itself. So yeah, La Bamba,
Oh my
absolute
god.
banger.
Isn't 90% of it? Well, hang on, not 90%, 99%
No, it
is
is.
all Spanish.
Yeah. So
I'm
yeah,
actually trying
very
to
impressive.
remember the English. I don't think there is any English in it. I
Yeah,
didn't know if La Bamba
a lot of
was...
it's just like that, you know, like all the, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to single about my broadcast. No one deserves that. This is actually
Dude.
a very important game too, so a lot of important OGs watching this
Yeah.
game right now.
Look, that's okay. Sometimes you just got to live it up. You know, today is Monday, and when you broadcast on a Monday, you're allowed to go off the rails. Unfortunately, though, I go off the rails whether it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever day it is. So maybe we'll just leave
Look,
that
when
rule in
you've been
place.
here, when you casted the LPL for years, especially in a very small cast that we used to have, you can go off the rails whenever you want.
Thank you, sir.
You need to pick and choose.
I appreciate that. I'll see if I can incorporate some of the La Bamba lyrics into cast. La Bamba lyrics. 45 seconds till Dragon. And as Richie Valens said, yo no soy marinero. I see soy, I see marinade or almost. No soy. And I think that's the tale of this waiver game so far. There hasn't been much salt in it. Right, we've had stable lanes, we've had a lot of Casa interacting with enemy jungle, but not enough salt outside that bottom lane play. So that's why we have Yo No Soy. As 20 seconds come through for the Chemtech Dragon lyric, I'm kind of curious about Weibo, as you were saying, finding that pick to add a bit of that salt, that spice into this server.
The good thing for OMG is that they have multiple damage threats, right? Both Cream and Abel now. I've been picking up their second item, Ginsu's coming online for Abel, Bloodthirster there for Cream. So even if you do single out one member, like, it's rough because then you got to also consider PP God with his ultimate, because if you single out a carry and that comes through and then his W's there's OMG, gonna look for the fight.
Chance Corruption hits at max range as well onto the Dragon. Jungle's not here yet. Smite though is taken out of the pit. He just runs in and that is mine. As he shouts it out, Shanji's going to die for it, but the Shy has kept the whole team at bay. He's about to go make an R and he has Flash. The Shy has Flash, ladies and gentlemen. As Flash comes through from Aki into the wall, meanwhile on the back of the fight, Wild Growth is there. Why would you run into Mike Shy in peak form? That guy is chunky. Onto Cream now, his ult's already used, but he's slowed down. The Shy threw a house at him. The mortgage price is too much to deal with. Cream defaults on the loan, but Weibo takes the house apart piece by piece.
I love to see Light as well, flashing forward, following up, knowing the Shy about to be mega, that those windows, those opportunities are going to be there to take the fight. So they might have lost Dragon from some heads-up play from Shanji specifically, just yeeting Karsa out of there. But still, wait, what the fight we see here. Dragon will go through as Karsa taken out of the pit. Members of OMG trying to just run down the Shy, but not able to do so. He's very tanky this one. Let's remember again, he was winning his lane. He was getting plays. But right there, Light flashing in to get damage on Abel, even able to E away and make sure he doesn't get hit by Aki's body slam, and then the Shy able to set up the other pick with his ulti. So in my mind, a lot of that fight coming down to Light, a lot of it coming down to just the positioning of the fight around Dragon, and OMG not being able to get on top of it and really burst out the Shy. So again, Weibo lost the objective, but I think they'll be happy now finding a 2K gold lead.
And I know we talked a lot about early game. We talked about, you know, snowballing and how mid control came into it, or rather mid chance. What we're seeing right now is that Light has not only been getting involved in kills, but he's been cruising up towards that 3-item mark. You know, Renan's already picked up, which we don't see much, let's be real, with the Infinity Edge changes and with the lethality, the crit changes is not important because Cream's about to die. Who wants to die today? Cream, is it you? He lines up and he said, please let me out. He gets CC'd for days. The mid-jungle combination we talked about on Weibo is huge as the Shy gonna go Mega again. Abel under turret, does it matter? The Shy says, no, this time I'm gonna play it safe as Abel won't get the reset. I guess he was playing it safe indeed as Weibo Lyric are finding these surprising picks.
It's so nice to see because, again, Weibo been a team who have been able to struggle against teams around them in the standings, losing to teams like TT, losing to RNG the other day.
Oh, is he in trouble? He tried to get them distracted. The all-out use, the Shy can't get out. He's dead. But Weibo is still on this Baron at 4K, 3K. Renata ult is up. Renata ult in front of Baron. It comes through, but is it too late? Smite in time. Aki can't get the steal.
It's good to see Karsa being able to be on point with that one. It would have been so tragic had the Shy going down been the thing that kind of changed the trajectory of this game because, oh, wait, what is... Okay, I was going to say, what is Karsa angling for here? But I feel like the Shy's been having a really solid game again, just left in that isolated 1v1. You know, he knows exactly his limits and what he's able to do on the Gnar pick, and finding a lead for himself to where, I mean, on 2.5 items, Shanji hasn't even finished his second yet. We're going to get to see a replay of what went down here. Not expecting the members to be here. I don't know why, because look at like the position up top. Wade, Cream getting set up, just for a very easy pick to be able to come through, and then wanting to follow it forward. Light, once again, running down Abel. And
in the same
not able
spot,
to revive.
In the exact same spot, they run in. Abel's dead. Again, 2-4-2. He's having a great game in bot. He had a beautiful trade earlier, but now as Braga slams down the Ale, he's just been caught out multiple times by Weibo.
Weibo just having a great understanding of their win conditions, like knowing it's coming down to like singling out and focusing these members. You don't necessarily just want to run at them right in front of Dragon, which is why we saw they didn't do that before. You don't want Renata's tools to come in handy, the ultimate to be there. You don't want explosive cast to potentially like single out some members of Weibo. So doing a great job of finding these opportunities and not letting themselves be put in those situations.
Lyric, I just noticed it's a Seeker's Arm Guard in the inventory of Abel. Is he that scared that he's building a Zonyas? Is he like, dude, I need to live?
Honestly, I can see it, right? I mean, Karsa gonna press R on you, wanting to find ways to survive that. Xiao gonna jump over walls, so for Abel, we're gonna see if it does get him to a point where he can start surviving, and then you should have more consistent DPS between the fact that you have 2 marksmen, but still, I mean, like, a solid source, even as just the singular marksman on the side of Weibo with the Zeri pickup. So Dragon up in 10 seconds. Cream's flash should be up very soon. Lights also will be up in time for this. Gonna see it. OMG again, keep the fight on their terms. Contesting wave as 5 members. Try to get in there. Don't allow Karsa and Xiaohu to once again find access to the back line. PP God's ult needs to have huge impact. Like, PP God has to be the member that we're looking at.
So far, no, it hasn't. And in front of the Baron, the most members ever hit is Weibo trying to pick past pieces again. Why is Aki here by himself? But maybe for the body slam. Ulti in, they got Xiaohu. PP God's ulti Lyric, he said it and it found something, but now Light can bring it all back in. He's got Navori in the Shy's ulti. What Cream that did it to him? Meals on wheels for the quadra kill. Might Shy hits the Dragon while Light yet again opens the death note. In they go!
Huge pentakill for Light being set up by the Shy. Great team fighting coming out from Weibo overall. It looked like it was going to be a little bit dicey with Aki finding the engage, but my God, now making the rep to 6K gold lead like the Shy, this Weibo team, they are online today.
Every time We've seen a Zeri set up in the LPL. It's led to a quadra or a penta this split. As we look again against Lyric, it was such a good start from OMG.
Yeah, but the one person that didn't really get locked up was Light. So able to just run them down, putting all the damage in the Shy here. Flashes, gets a knockback on the 4 members who were fighting their escape. And then Light, I mean, being so charged up from the ulti, just able to keep running the rest of OMG down. Huge. This is why we said, on Weibo's like best days and Weibo's good days, it can be terrifying. OMG, 5 series win streak, and now Weibo in game 1 looking dominant.
They won a 4v5. Xiao died at the start, doing 17 damage. He probably sneezed on them. And then as he goes down, the rest of the fight, the Shy, as you pointed out so expertly, untouched in that backline, just having a field day, having another great game. And, you know, the Shy might have some blunders in this split, like any other, right? But as he was saying in recent interviews, he thinks he's playing better than 2018. And there are moments where absolutely he is. 2-1-6 here. 8 out of 14 kill participation. Won't get you writing to your mother about that one, but you will be telling her that he's 3 items, armor resistant, up to the knees. And holding down the side lane fort for the time being is Weibo with a 6,000 gold lead. They've got Double Dragon now. Abel's trying to find a pick, but onto Caster as he flashes away. That Vault Breaker can turn around, but the arrow set up in Quiver from Abel. As he launches it, Caster moves to half HP, but Cream jumping up to Light. I'm not sure that's the best idea, especially with Crisp nearby.
No, so no fight can happen right now. Weibo's still going to look to push in these waves and play around Light. Light is a monster right now. So huge. Is he going to actually go in? Oh, they go for him. Cream, he's gone.
For the ulti. Light just presses Zar. Caster's ulti goes on cooldown, unfortunately, but as Charm comes through, Shanti will be unstoppable, even dodging away from the Everfrost. Rather, Xiao, whose ankle not right, but still, it's another pick down as the Shy under turret just goes into Abel. Does he care as Abel pokes him down, but it's not enough damage. It's full armor on the Shy. As Shanti doesn't get the Natopo strike, Weibo are blasting down OMG's base in top meanwhile.
Oh, just great job. The Shy being distraction, Light being the main carry of the other forces. And this is one of the things in terms of, we're like, hey, look at the roster. You can understand why things have gone the way it does. It also makes an incredible amount of sense to have a guy as consistent, as solid, as top tier as Light, when you do have a top set of the map that is more volatile. Again, it isn't always about the flashy plays with Light. It was about a flashy play in this game. But, you know, he has been the member who I think has consistently looked the best this split, and is definitely someone that you could put your eggs in the Light basket, put him on something like the Zeri, and know he's going to be able to take over.
And again, like, Light, as you said, has been so underrated in many, many different splits. I feel like the fact that it's not always like, oh my god, Jacula flashed into 5 people but killed 3. It is something more solid. It is something that may be a little bit more consistent, right? And Crisp as well has been such a great facilitating support for him. As we even saw in the lanes, I think Crisp gets a looked over when Light gets pentas like these. As Lyric, I'm going to hold you on that thought. We can talk about it later because the Shy's got to go mega in front of Baron. He's trying to buy time. OMG running in as the Shy backs away. It's Ultra Shock over the wall. Light goes through the steal though.
He got it!
Aki! That man finding a steal means that OMG run away with Baron with 4 people. That Gragas, man, he could take me on a date anytime.
OMG living to fight another day is huge for them. We can see if Weibo can make do with the fact that they have numbers advantage on the map right now. It doesn't look like it. The Shy pushing in top. Maybe they try to find something there, but Dragon not up for another 45 seconds, so Aki has plenty of time to be up for that one. He'll be up in 15. But it looks like, okay, choke them out of more gold, more experience, take away all their jungle camps, and just to make sure that they're going to stay at the deficit they found themselves in. But my God, getting a Baron, being able to stall this game a little bit more, you'll take that.
Yep. Lyric, question to you. What do you think Gragas' favorite restaurant is? What would I get ready for? You know, me and Gragas sitting there. He's obviously got the drinks order already underway. Where'd we go?
You know, I need to have time to think about that because the crazy thing is the fact that Aki should be dead. That Aki was like literally a dead man walking in that scenario and has enough time to get the smite down. Weibo tried to lock him up, tried to take him out.
Uh-oh. Not again. Cream this time. It's the Shy, though. Xiao, who wasn't even involved, is Caster setting up another. You know what really hurts as a Tristana? When you have point and click CC that will follow you anyway.
Yeah, and just point and click CC, the ability to close large amounts of distance, so even things like your ulti or your W don't mean all too much. And that's one thing that Weibo were able to index heavily into to make sure that they're able to get this going. And now looking at items, right, the Shy, you don't have to incredibly tanky with the fact going into armor, realizing that, hey, Aki's the only real AP on the squad he's to contend with, also having the QSS to be able to outplay some of these situations. Death cap on Xiaohu, so he's also a large damage that you have to pay respect to.
Good sidestep from the Shine, and Topo Strike to send him back, and Shanti with the ulti with his team could have turned into a potential pick-off here with that Baron buff to slow things down even further. OMG are behind 7,000 gold, and Lyric, there's only one question left. Have you had a thought? Have you had to think about it?
You know, I have been thinking, because I feel like when you ask what Grog's favorite restaurant is, I'm trying to think of something like pretty trashy, something you can go get. You know, you can go
or like
you
the
can go
Bavarian.
Your full.
You know,
Yeah,
like a Bavarian pub would be a good guess, right?
I don't know why I want to imagine Gragas at like a fancy, like 5-star, like Michelin star French restaurant. That's what I want to imagine out of my Gragas.
Esquire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want a bit of a. I want Gragas with a bit of a culture to him, a bit of an edge.
Like
but still,
Gordon Ramsay's restaurant or something, right? You know,
Exactly.
Gragas sitting in there and he's got his suit on, and Gordon comes up to him personally because they've known each other for years. Who knew? That's kind of
slaps
what...
two pieces of bread right on each side of Gragas' face, and then Ramsay regrets it for the rest of his life.
Oh, and then Gragas ultis Gordon Ramsay, and man, that's how Gordon Ramsay joined League of Legends. You imagine the special import. That's when sponsorship goes maybe too far. Gordon Ramsay joins in. What would his ult be?
Look,
maybe it is the idiot sandwich. Lights out.
Me and you buy an org. We get Gordon Ramsay our jungler, the first player we acquire.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't know. And then everyone can actually say, what is he cooking? And he probably is doing something on the side. The Shy again, sidestep straight, Chatter Corruption, flash from Peter Gold, but Cast goes golden. The Shy doesn't have a Meganar though. Did he think he did? I don't know. But as he dies there, that's a bit of a whoopsie from Weibo Gaming, and now Light has to carry the fight, but he gets Wild Growth, they jump on him, he goes Golden Grip, sends away Creamer Xiaohu now on Reset City. But Shanti getting that flip back, it's good, but where's the damage? Someone has to hit Light. Somebody! It's obviously him! Light is getting the first kill as he still patches up the ulti, but he runs out for the time being. OMG are away with it, and that's as good of a fight as we've seen in this game. As Weibo with the better whoopsie, but the charm almost sets it up again.
Yeah, that was close. I mean, Weibo kind of giving some kills over there, like you said, the Shy going in. But still, the fact that even with that, you can see that they're the winners of the fight, right? They're the ones forcing OMG back. They're the ones still able to push in the wave. They're the ones still able to take away these jungle camps. Just goes to show the lead that they've been able to find so far. I'm interested to get a replay of this one. Cool, we're actually going to jump right into it because we see it's actually Abel wanting to go in. They find the lockdown on the Carson, the Shy, I guess wanting to buy space, wanting to prevent the engage from coming out, but at least no Mega there. Luckily, Karsa buys a lot of space in the backline with Xiaohu. You get the initial pick coming out to where Light able to go golden, able to just kite out Shanji, but then no damage, able to consistently go onto members like Cream. So ends up being a 2-for-2 at the end of the day. A lot of the like key tanks and zoning members able to get on the backline to make sure that this isn't a one-sided fight in either direction.
And remember, if you do jump in on Abel, he has a Zhonya's now. So with the AP coming forward, that was probably, I mean, I don't know, what are we getting from there as a fourth item? We'll wait and see, but still, a lot of survivability, a lot of time for it. I can say that about a lot of members as we A-ram once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect way to end game one if this is how it truly ends. As OMG out of there. In a choke, Xiaohu now getting ready. The Shy goes Mega, and they fear him. Even though he went to his death before, guys, we've already seen some of the best in the same game too. OMG run for the hills. Baron's almost up in about 15 seconds, so Weibo will have first dibs on that. OMG have to come back out onto the map and try and find a place in this first game.
And we're going to see here, still wanting to angle around for it. The Shy, we need to keep an eye on him and his Mega especially.
Chains Corruption. He gets Bell.
Okay.
Saved by Chris.
He also does a QSS, so it could have potentially been that as we see Xiaohu.
Okay, he gets the charm on a PB God. There's the ulti though, but Light's already killed him. Beautifully done. Light though, look for the reset. He's still jumping in. Arky gets interrupted though, and now Light can have a free tasting, man. It is a Michelin star restaurant when Light's involved as He chases down Shanji. Will still find that ulti. It's a triple. It's a quadra. We don't get a double penta. We broke history earlier in the split, but Light was close to doing it again.
And now the Weibo, they have a wave. They're going to be able to funnel down the base. Has been a bit messy. OMG been able to find some kills, but Weibo looked dominant this game.
I cannot believe we got close to double penta, but I cannot believe Light is ending on 16 kills from a bit of mess to a clean 3-course dinner. Weibo Gaming set their sights on a beautiful foundation of game 1.
It looked good. It was really impressive, especially once we got, you know, like 10, 15 minutes in, where you can see they very clearly understood how they should and want to play out this game. A lot of it coming down to the Vi and Ari being the setup, and then Light just having a lot of freedom to be able to play these fights. I'm a picture now.
You are a picture, Lyric.
Oh, my camera froze. Well, it's what happens. The point is, right, a lot of it coming down from the Vi and Ari being able to set up a Light, really being a standout. Crisp, I like how you highlighted it as well, because Crisp, he's been having a really good split. It's been that bot lane, again, the shining light for Weibo, but even the Shy this game, huge ultimates, other than, like, you know, there was like a misstep here or there, but overall, these are the types of games you want to see from the Weibo. All 5 members able to deliver.
Again, in very strange outcomes in some of the fights. Cars having some great moments, the Shy with a beautiful yet also horrible moment within the same game. Light being consistent as always is nice to talk about, and I think overall, like, Weibo are hitting those expectations again, but Lyric, it's only one game. It is a fun first game, but Weibo have been a team that, you know, have been questionable in some, and OMG have been surprising to say the least, so who knows how it goes next. But I think especially when mid didn't get off the ground for OMG, that was a bit of an issue considering how much time Aki spent in bot instead.
Yeah, we didn't see them really try to, like, hover around, get vision control. And speaking of vision control, like, Weibo's was really good, right? They were the ones keeping wards around mid. They were the ones having wards in the enemy jungle and making sure a lot of that wasn't able to happen. So just not able to find those opportunities. Weibo coming in, I think, with a really good read of how both compositions wanting to play out. Cream was able to get 2 plates, but never really able to convert it into anything more. So for OMG, we got to see some of their standard flavors. I guess not standard flavors of the overall league, but things like the Tristana Flex, right? Even though mid lane Tristana is at least common enough these days, but even the Renata, some of the PB gods love to fall into. But none of that meant anything in the face of Light and the Shy.
No, I think Light's damage just tells the story, doesn't it? I mean, the Shy went up against a tank. Guys, we know what that matchup's like, but Light almost doing 40k damage here. Abel having a good early game until he started getting caught, until Xiao and Casa put on a clinic of picks. Cream and Abel were getting bullied out non-stop. And it's rough to see because OMG, I mean, they had really good responses to the early game, as I was saying, but still, just wasn't enough as at least Aki, 100% kill participation by the end. That Gragas was involved in a lot.
Yeah, he tried his best to be able to get things going. It just wasn't enough. I like that you highlighted, because Carson Xiaohu's stats don't really look that impressive in this game, right? But still, it was them finding isolated members that would give Weibo a positional advantage and the ability to find this vision so easily. But still, wouldn't be surprised. We know who our MVP is going to be once we come back. There was a pentakill in this game. Pentakill is just the automatic sign of the Light. Again, flashing forward, like eing aggressively. It's something that really nice to see.
Dude, I don't know how you keep your arm up there, Lyric. It's so impressive. Again, mine's already getting sore, but hey, we'll see if you're still like
Send
that.
us to a break.
For a break. Game 1's done and dusted, but Game 2, we'll have a think about it and then come back to bring you more.
작살이 나요. 그러면 여기서 한번 결단을 내린 건가요? 상대의 마음은 상대가 쳐주면 넘어와 밑으로. 캐리야! 아니 방금 캐리야 이 책이 너 뭐예요? 캐리야가
But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante
What?
back into the play. Oh, pulls better.
Yeah?
No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Odell go down as well.
What?
Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaka.
ahí de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Kobe
¡Uy!
muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared de Isamini. El Rarito se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuadra de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos Penta, me vuela.
Sí,
Penta, me vuela. Pentakill para Mining. Y esto que se termina, mi querido Diez.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Six
싸움에서 싸우겠다. 일단 뭐 일단
시간이라도
열어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요 앞에서.
그리고 발로 들어. 라스칼 황색칼. 아니 라스칼이. 와.
아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまで繋がっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。
ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいくと。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでメグミン返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入ってそこを狙ってメグミンが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが自身にシールド展開。さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Buki wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but Chime is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell!
Disgusting from evil geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt. See you at the after party. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like the sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. Stars in our eyes, that's how we roll. Ripping up the dance floor, flying high, out of control. And all we want is more. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn your beat up now. You know I like your sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. You know I like this sound. Shut it down.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Ladies and gents, we're back after watching Weibo come through quite a successful game number one. OMG had a great start to the game, but things got a little bit messy when Cream and Abel started getting picked off by mid-jungle from Weibo's duo. We'll bring you in to get this game number two, rather, excuse me. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Lyric. Lyric, MVP was light, surely. It was light. It had to be
Yeah,
light.
it was definitely light. Light got a pentakill. Light played phenomenally again. When we're talking about a guy who has been top of the table, has been one of the best AD carries in the league, I think, for a little bit now. Not always been the flashiest. This game was flashy. This game was him being incredibly dominant, 16-1-5 coming in. It's a player who, again, especially as the years go by, has been one of our players who's been around the LPL a little bit longer, right? Going back to like 2018, where I believe he shared time with like Crystal. He came in a little bit in 2018 on Snake, spent so long on Snake. You know, that got rebranded to LNG, always on that org until he came over to Weibo. And if Weibo can perform like this, where all the members are doing their jobs, the Shy is finding these engages, Shao and Karst are getting things going in mid-jungle with their picks, Crisp in the laning phase, like it's all just setting up for Light to be able to have these phenomenal performances and be that standout carry.
And it's crazy that he's had such a solid performance yet again, when I think only last series or the series before he picked up yet another Penta. He was set up for success by members of Weibo. He's just been such a solid all-round carry. So props again. It's very well deserved. Light almost picked up a double Penta, which again has only ever been done one time, and it was in the earlier parts of this split. So the fact that Light was close to, again, helping out that record was kind of insane. As we're going into game number two, Lyric, and OMG have chosen red side. Now, I don't think drafts were really talked about because we didn't criticize drafts that much. We talked about win conditions that were based on mid-jungle a little bit, especially through the early lane. Is there anything that jumps to your mind that you need to see different out of OMG for the second game?
I guess maybe if you want to, start taking away some of these 80 carries and, put pressure on Light. The thing, though, is there was no 80 carries banned in the first rotation last time. There's no 80 carries banned once again. So even then, sure, you'd be taking him off the Zeri, but you'd just be getting Light onto something else. For OMG, though, they went with a very, I'd say, specific first rotation, right? They won the Gragas Tristana. So on their side, you can already see them wanting to change it up, clearly going, hey, whatever plan we came in with against Weibo didn't work out. Let's take away the Lulu so the Zeri doesn't have as much freedom in terms of like the scaling, having the Wild Growth, having the shield there to enable her. And I even like, if they do decide to go for this Vi, longtime scene is the pick into the Zeri, having that point click CC, making sure she gets taken down. But no, instead wanting to go with I'd say, Aki's most comfortable champion. It's his most played this split, and it's been something he's really enjoyed gravitating to.
It's Spider-Man. Oh, Peter. Oh, sorry, not Peter
No,
Parker. I mean,
was gonna say
Spider-Man.
we don't know which Spider-Man it is either. You know, it could like, yeah.
Oh my god. What
There's
an
some
honor.
memes. There's some memes there that we definitely don't know about. The community's always really good about messaging us about the memes we don't know about, though. So thank you, LPL fans. You guys are absolutely goated. It's I should have seen a switch up, crisp this time around, going for the Renata pretty early on. Just reaction, pretty much from the Wukong. This was a pick that when it came out, though, Chris was like the Renata guy. He was by far the best Renata we had in LPL when Renata was released. Him on BLG was like consistently going towards it. And yeah, it's going to be nice to see what he's able to do on the pick this time around. They are going to keep their hands on the Vi. So both junglers getting their hands, I'd say, on what has been their most comfortable pick this split. And OMG wanting to match pound for pound with the damage that Zeri can bring later on and get Abel onto his Aphelios.
Well, I like that, you know, we have looked at the bottom lane again. We've changed things up a little bit. And yeah, Chris was the first one to bring it out. I'm sorry, Lyric. I was thrown a little bit off kilter because Spider-Man in the audience is a big honor. I've always wanted to meet him. And the fact that, you know, we're here at our homes and not in Shanghai, it's a little bit sad. I got to be honest with you. As Darius gets banned away, I'll continue on the draft. Nevertheless, hopefully we get to see if the Spider-Man is good influence onto OMG, because Darius gets banned away from Shanji. Lyric, what does that tell you? Is it like the Shy wants Cassante for this game too, or what?
I feel like the Shy always wants Cassante if it's open. It's been the pick that he's just gravitated towards time and time again. I'm going to be looking at, though, if they're going to change it up, because the Shy, typically a lot of our splits is one of the players who's had like one of the biggest champion pools in terms of being willing to bring out things, but this time around he's kept it pretty controlled, pretty small in what like the Weibo system's looking for. But need to focus on OMG and what they want to go for as a blind pick here. A lot of attention put, honestly, just towards the mid lane with these bans. So I'm curious to see what even blinds we really have available. Maybe you just save that counter pick for Cream, see what Xiaohu wants first, and get your hands on some. Ooh.
Savion LeBlanc.
I would have loved it. I love having Cream on, you know, aggressive playmaking champions. This has been his like other mode, right? Pretty much everything else Cream plays is aggressive. Silas, Yone, Akali, Ari, but this being a standard, still great in the 5v5, right? Especially when you can expect people like Karsa wanting to jump in on that buy. We talked about the Cassante up in top lane for the Shy, so I would expect to see that one locked in. And now for Xiaohu, getting to come in with an answer to the Victor, maybe just going to opt into playing the range game, look to clear waves. And it's another pick that goes really well with Vi. I think Talia and Ari are always the two picks that jump to my mind in terms of being able to traverse the map very well. Having the setup there, you have the ultimate come out from Karsa. You can go with the seismic shove from Xiaohu to land all that damage. And now for OMG, you've already set up for a front to back. The Scion's going to get locked in, as it is. And this time, Asterix, going to be all about those big, juicy team fights.
Oh, yeah. You had me at big. You had me at juicy. When you said team fights, Lyric, I was already jumping into this one, feeling it from head to toe, bro. I'm going to say one thing to you. Cream doesn't get me excited when he's on things like the Victor. We've seen it before. That's something I get sad about. But Abel has had the most iconic play on Aphelios. He flashed forward. I don't know why he did it, but it still to this day is a reason I don't trust him on Aphelios. However, Light just got a penta, double quadra, 16 kills in game number 1. And Xiaohu's on a champion that can move across the map. For me, Weibo hit their identity hard, and not to say OMG don't. But I'm just gonna be curious to see how they hold out.
For Abel's Aphelios, he has like an iconic play in each direction, right? He is obviously the one around mid lane in the bot side brush where he really did just run it down. But he also has like other ones. I remember a Gale Force, Moonlight Vigil, and he just pretty much insta-deleted 4 members. It's been one of his comfort picks, sitting 4-1 on it this split. So I definitely feel like we've gotten past the Abel of old that was more prone to making those mistakes. And like I said, for OMG, huge front line able to come in. They have the Victor now to try and play off that range and not have everyone just run into that Renata, to where Weibo still having the same pick potential with Divine Talia, but also, I mean, Talia tremendous for putting out that DPS alongside that Zeri later on, and the Shy on his most comfortable pick of the split by far.
Oh yeah, he loves this Cassante. As we get into game 2, OMG, their playoff series, or rather their playoff lock-in today has been denied. Already going down 1 game. OMG needed 2-0, but coming into this one as we get a level 1 down to the bottom lane. Weibo can set up for a 2-0, get closer towards playoffs themselves, move up to 8 wins with the rest of the boys. All I can say is Niman Shihuan Lua Luma, and you all say, yes, hysterics. Yes, we do.
All I can say is hysterics. 你吃什么？
我吃牛肉，但是今天晚上我吃 what is turkey in Mandarin?
I have no idea.
Oh my god, I had turkey for dinner. Wait.
I know penguin. I
Turkey.
can say penguin in Mandarin.
I don't want to eat a
Qi'er.
penguin.
Yeah, it's not.
我吃 Abel. He's about to eat turkey as well. In fact, dirt might not taste the same, but if he gets any closer, that's what he'll be eating too. Bottom lane, Lyric. That is a good trade just off the back of Xiaohu walking down.
Yeah, it does present him to potentially walk into Crane, who's just waiting in that bot side brush. Victor's level 1 trade is incredibly strong with the Q, so Xiaohu is going to have to walk the safe way around. Bot lane off to a solid start, and both junglers starting on the top half of the map. It's what you'd expect, right? With Cassante versus Sion, this game won't be about top lane whatsoever. It's about mid, it's about bot, it's a lot about later on in the game in my mind. Like, some of the opportunities that either OMG or Weibo are going to set up, especially for OMG, defensive vision. Playing off if someone from Weibo's like overstepped and you can see Karsa either on a ward somewhere else on the map and then you could find the gank. To where at least for Weibo, we already hit on, of course, the level 6 tools able to come out from mid-jungle. So I think more proactive options on Weibo's side. But with how Weibo plays, I think Aki will always have some punishment of it, like able to give some punishment to the side of Weibo. But look, already double wards in bot side river. Like, they know that it will be hard for OMG to find opportunities, and as long as they keep the information game up, they should be able to get anything.
Well, Aki might have an angle though. He's level 3. Get over the wall with the clone. And he's waiting now, just buying his time, because look at where the wave is. It's still in a perfect spot for a gank here. And Abel is juicy meat. Aki gonna heal up. He's coming in, just waiting for the clone to come through. There's Ghost, heal out from Chris as well, but they're still in a lot of trouble to flash. Third, but their handshake connects. Now the double flash is Abel flies in as well. Chris still dies. And first blood over to OMG after burning everything in the kitchen sink.
And it goes on to Abel, the person you want the kill on. We were just actually even hitting on it leading up to it. Weibo felt safe. Weibo had 2 wards in bot side river, but just that one little sliver where Aki able to traverse over terrain, get into that brush, really being the downfall for Weibo's bot lane. 3 summoners burned on both sides, and we're just going to see here, Ghost comes out, heal down, and then just able to run him down. Handshake, nice try by Chris to be able to get away, but Flash is able to follow up. OMG are going to be able to cement themselves that first blood.
Good little start, as you said, for Abel especially. The goal that needs to be on this team as it opens up there. OMG off to a flying start, but Cast is going to try something towards mid. Cream is here, but back will simply be stopped. He backs further back into the lane. And Caster just crosses through River to get himself a Scuttle Crab up in the top side. This game has started off with a gold lead here for OMG off that bottom kill as well. A cold start for the Aphelios too. And Abel and PB Gold are now able to push in the wave, so be curious to see what he gets on this first back. As for the Shy vs Shanji Lyric, I mean, this one's always a bit of fun.
Say, don't bring us to the Shy vs Shanji. We don't got anything going. We don't got anything going on right now. You know, if we said, you know, the big juicy team fights, if bot lane is like the steak, we'll say mid lane is whatever nice veg you have with it. I mean, like the Shy and Shanji are just the garnish. They're just, you know, it's
rosemary, parsley.
It's pretty cool, but exactly, it's not the defining part of this. Still, though, like since it's the Shy and Sanji, is there always potential for shenanigans to be able to come out, someone to go down? 100%. But definitely keep my eyes on that bot lane, especially with the fact you mentioned the calls. We had call starts on both sides. After that gank, Abel was able to get his a little bit more stacked, able to get a bit of an advantage from the fact that Light was forced to recall. So even like those small advantages can be meaningful in the end.
Cream. And yeah, you're up. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for top lane at the very least. As you were as you were not saying, it's always exciting between Kasante and Sion. Level 6 now hit though, so if Shanji does get flipped back, Kasante will be a threat.
I gotta say, I feel like Garnish is actually a very good analogy for top lane. I might have to pause.
It is, and it's also on top of the meal.
Well, and it's also, you know, if you watch any like Hell's Kitchen or anything like that, it's always the station that people mess up the most. Always. PP God, Abel.
PP God. Look, there's the flash through. They just ignore PP God, go straight for Abel. Light picks up the kill, Lyric, and Akuna Matata for the bottom lane. There, no Warwicks with a kill now on their 80 carry too.
And clever plays like that have always been one of the things that have been a strength to Wave on Mind. Even if we've seen individuals, I don't even want to say underperform, but individuals get exposed, and we've seen the macro not always be there. I think it's like cheeky or surprise plays that really show the longevity of players in a league. And right there, Weibo, waiting in those two brushes, the pinches there, just waiting for Abel and PB to walk up to try and get this Drake. Really nice start off from them. So now being completely even in gold, completely even in kills, we are gonna go back to, I was gonna say we're gonna go back to the Garnish. Like, I don't know why we keep panning back over topside, but we do. OMG still able to get the dragon though, and OMG will take that.
Garnish makes everything in a dish. You gotta remember that some of the best garnishes in the world, you know, like, let's say, you know, coriander on risotto, right? It gives it that fragrant flavor. It tops it up. You know, it is something that can make a dish from great to fantastic. So that's what we got in top lane here. And if mid is the vegetables, I will say veggies are underrated. If you don't eat your vegetables,
I agree.
If anyone at home doesn't eat their vegetables, like, come on, grow up. It's not 2002 anymore. You can't get away with that. You guys are adults now. We all know League of Legends chat and audience has grown up. You guys have to eat your veggies now, eat your fruit as well. Like, get over it. Broccoli's great. So is carrot. Sweet potato, mash. Man, you know how gangster mashed potato is? Like a good mash?
Now we can see how gangster Aki is. Aki may be trying to be the mash of his squad, but spotted out. The vision control once again. The shining light.
Okay. Aki's going to get a second one here, but he's interrupted. Side big shove. Lyric, how strong is that 2v2? Watch out.
No, but seriously, how many times between game 1 and game 2 now have we just seen the wards, the vision control from Weibo, be the difference maker, be the thing where they spot Aki out consistently, they see rotations, they see where they want to play, and they're able to react accordingly. So I'm just impressed. I'm just impressed that this is the Weibo we're seeing today, when even in a lot of their wins, it is quite messy. Here, just looking very stock and standard. For OMG, still at least having an advantage in the bot lane, definitely not down and out, as you said. I feel like no matter which way even these lanes go early on, it's going to come down to the big fights once we start getting closer to things like Third Dragon and the map really gets unlocked. So this would just be like a really nice like beverage to start your night off with. If you can start building up a lead, is Abel.
Yeah, just goes straight on into Light Raven, and Zay burns the flash, but Abel is going to be blocked. Fresh just runs in, saves the day, or at least stops it from getting away from him. As Weibo are up here towards the Herald. Well, what happens? They get the objective that they're after. The Shy, though, does pop the Ghost with the flip, creams out with a flash. They get a summoner here as the Shy goes back to lane.
Weibo went on top side, but that's huge in bot. It doesn't matter that kills didn't come out because look at what's happening. They're denying more CS. Abel's going to be able to get another play. They're just getting so far ahead in terms of gold that we're just saying, hey, it's going to come down to the team fights that on any advantage you can find. It's going to be kind of like a cherry on top for either side. But if it's going on to one of your big team fight carries, then we're going to get to a point where like Moonlight Vigil's exploding, maybe Red White's out, and Abel's cutting down the Shy faster than Weibo are able to bring down Shanji. That will be something noticeable and meaningful.
As look, he talked about it, 3 plates in the end taken from that place, so really great as All Out does come through in the top lane. Meanwhile, the Shy is looking for the 1v1 on the Shanji. Flip back, dodges away. Shanji with a great sidestep. The Shy still stacking up the Notoko strikes. He sits in a decimating strike, but Shanji's going to be in a straight line. However, he's still out of yet another Notofo. The Shy has a stack, but it's over from there. So an attempt, at the very least, we just get top lanes being broke again.
Abel 1k gold ahead of Light. the Shy and Xiao with small gold leads to try to make up for it, which kind of hard if you think about it. I mean, gold's still incredibly even, but like I said, it definitely matters where your gold is going. We need to keep our eye out on where Weibo are going to want to end up using this Herald. I expect it to be mid, not only because they're hovering around right now, but even just starting to open this up.
Flash under ulti against the Victor. There's a flash, the handshake out the side, big shove. Cream gets sent back a kilometer. Caster dodges away from the ulti left by the Victor, and that gank was full pace.
And now he's going to be able to push this wave in, try to deny some gold from Cream, because Cream, he just TP'd in the mid lane. Just showed up, now already sent packing. Xiaohu going to get a plate of his own. And it's nice to see Xiaohu, especially Karsa, having a good day. Because Xiaohu is someone who, overall, his split has been good and solid, but like we said, has had moments, I think especially recently, where he's fallen off. But Karsa was very hit or miss this split, and seeing him be able to link up with Chris, link up with Xiaohu, and to make these picks happen in Game 1 and Game 2 have been one of the things that have been setting Weibo up to be able to find victory like in Game 1.
And he's got 2 kills off the back of it as well, so we do have a roaming piece, further to your point, that is going to be influencing the whole map of OMG, that OMG are going to start having to look out for. How's Victor going to match that? Yeah, Lyric, you said it. And this time as well, they have the hostile takeover. OMG thinking, well, a little bit sussy here in the bush. Hide on brush here, but here he is. Cream's like, nah, they're not there. He gets shoved back again. Cream was like, it'll be fine.
And now Herald's going to come out. We knew this one was going to be placed in mid. The sooner you can get this run down and then lock Xiaohu, that's going to be even better for the side of Weibo. Now able to make their way down towards bot side river and take this dragon. Things going very well in these last 2 sequences. I want to highlight, before anything comes out though, Gale Force online for Abel. This is huge. Can be able to find a lot of damage, traverse distance, get into a fight even easier.
TP, the Shy's TP starts turning into something, but Xiaohu's poke. Just a lot of this point. There's the dragon. First one here for Weibo. Good stats with Infernal as well, and just like that, gold in their favor, Lyric by about 1,000. And yeah, you're pointing out that like Abel has a big individual lead over Light, but now the individual leads from Xiaohu, from the Shy, are starting to overtake the rest of OMG.
I want to point out, OMG, in the 5 win streak that we've hit on, like they've beaten other mid-tier teams like IG. They've also taken down the likes of JD Gaming. Right now sitting in 2nd place. Very close series. And honestly, even in that one, it kind of felt like JD should have won. But OMG, their shot calling, their cleverness to have Abel go in, go for a backdoor was huge. But Weibo, finding this win would be great in stopping a team that has been on an absolute tear so far in the past few weeks.
Well, they're about to get countered by Xiaohu here if they stick out. The Weaver's Wall's available. PP Gold enabled. There's no flashes there for the bottom lane of OMG either. But Arkin spotted out. It seems like they hold off on the trigger for now and just pull off the back of the play. Caster stays nearby while Arki is going to commit to the brush play. So we'll just, have to see if anything happens down there, Lyric, because it's like Weibo are going to play defense and play back.
Yeah, for Aki, it's not even about hoping they overstep. It's enabling your bot lane to be able to push in, making sure if Karsa does come that you're there to respond. And if you saw Karsa anywhere else, right, like if he showed in mid or if he showed in top, then you'd be able to proactively maybe even look for a dive in that bot lane. So
what are we watching? What are we watching here?
I don't know.
Like, observers just like, this is fun, isn't it?
I've noticed our observers really like top lane this split.
Yeah.
Like so many times the hand over top laners just trading a bit of HP, chilling.
Ah, damn. Nah, go back top. That was a good show.
Maybe they're top lane mains.
That's like watching, I don't know if you got it in America, but Roadshow, Antiques Roadshow, a British show that we got on, I think they made an American version. We got it in Australia as well. This is literally like watching Antiques Roadshow. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're having tea and biscuits, maybe crumpets, and you're like, well, nothing better's on, so let's just have a look up here. And then suddenly...
What are they going to do? What are they going to do? I mean, they're getting Prio in this because we do have Herald coming up soon, but they're not going to be able to dive this Scion. No shot with how healthy he still is. You're giving a lot of freedom to Abel and PP God, though, just to hover around the mid lane and make sure you have setups to go. Cream?
Cream again. I think he's died enough this series from picks off of a Vi and a combo CC mid laner. He pays respect this time, walks it out, and Weibo get the first turret of their game number 2. Moves them up close to 2,000 as Herald has spawned for the 2nd time, and this is just a nice transition up, Lyric. Take this and set yourself up for another turret push.
They'd already been angling for this the whole time. That's why they gave up bomb side and allowed Abel and PB God so much freedom in being able to push out. Speaking of PB God, Shirelia's now picked up, so you can enable those engages even easier, or even like a kite back potentially if you just end up in a dire situation. But now, like you said, Herald in pocket, Weibo with where they want to go for it. Obviously, both side lane turrets are left open. I don't feel like opening up either side really changes the dynamic of the map too much for Weibo. Like, potentially sets up even more for picks to be able to come out with the Talia, but Talia typically will be the one catching waves inside, isn't always going to be positioned in mid lane. Light going to need the safety, so he's going to be there. So a lot of it feels like it might just be able to answer an aggressive push or play off the side of OMG.
Cool. All right, interrupted. Let's watch this again. The Shy wants a little bit of a flip back, finds it. Shanji takes a while to die. This time, gets a little bit more serious as he kites it away. That is the all-out burn, though. However, Shanji, unstoppable onslaught, is now down, Lyric, so his momentum charging into a fight is also dissipated.
Maybe the observers, like, are big fans. Got a signed Shy poster back in 2018. That's my only guess. You know, I've seen you meet pro players before, and it is I don't know if the story of you and Loken is very very broadcast appropriate. It is very hilarious though.
Even
People just
Kanavi
go find tweets in 2020 and you'll know
it was deleted. It was deleted. We're okay. Look,
oh god.
Loken knows who I am, guys. Let's just say that. And I think Kanavi does by happenstance as well. However, I was in the same, I don't want to brag, but in the same studio as Kanavi. You know, claim to fame. I have shooken. I have shook Rookie's hand.
Okay. I'm glad that's where you were going with that one.
I shook Jack hand. Yeah? No, I did well.
Hey,
who else? The Shy smiled at me one year. No kappa. Literally, he walked back, he put his hand up and waved to me. I think it was in 2019 Spring Finals. I can't remember, but I was like, the Shy! Oh my God.
We want to see the Shy do that to the enemy team, waving at Abel, and potentially just not even waving, like shoving his hand in his face, running him down, and crushing him into Summoner's Rift.
Flip back. Shy does it again. Shanji haven't shaken his hand yet. Maybe that's why he's getting bursted out. But Abel, his ulti comes through, hits the Shy. Lightning crash down low from life. Good. The hostile takeover, even better. The Shy gets brought back to life. Chris has just carried this fight. Light might be getting the kills, but that support was sick as the Shy flies on in on a low HP bar. It's going to be another kill over. It's a Weaver's Wall, the PP God, a triple to life. But ladies and gentlemen, just like an apple, that was all Chris.
Where has this Weibo been, like, from series to series? My God, great team fight from them, kind of forcing and bringing OMG into them. Now going to be able to turn this into a dragon. Out of nowhere, explosive gold lead for Weibo.
Ready to see the replay, ready to see how it got set up, because again, one moment has just ballooned them ahead as Lyric holding this 5v5 in a very tight area.
And look at the pressure. Herald's actually dropped in bot. They control River, so they're just able to put free damage onto OMG. They don't just want to let Shanji go down for free, so they want to engage, but that plays right into Renata's hand. Renata loves this. You're all close enough to who can keep getting the damage down, and then Karsa finding the cease and desist onto Abel means they can continue to run them down. Even Shy popping the goes to come around from the backside. Like, it was great. These are the types of fights that Renata thrive in. Weibo forced them into this position by, again, controlling bot side River, having that Herald down in bot, like getting damage on the Shanji. They don't want to just let their tank go down for free, so it sets up for that beautiful Renata ulti.
When we see Renata ulti, do they count the enemy's damage? Like, Cream doing 4K, with some of that on his own teammates? Or like an example for Abel? I would assume.
That's a good question.
I think we calculated their damage of the fight, even if it was against
you would
your own
expect, like, I don't know. I gotta be honest.
Renata doesn't get it.
And also just like, yeah, on like the stats and client end of things, I don't feel like it is that intuitive to be able to pick up on. I mean, maybe it can be done, but I guess talking about that is not not something I want to get. Ooh, a lot of things that could be done there. I'm just saying.
Renata might get it. 500 damage is believable, but also her auto attack passive. I mean, she was setting them up with quite a lot of success. Chris deserves a highlight. Light deserves a highlight from that last one as well. But look, overall, Weibo Gaming now 5,000 gold after 20 minutes in. Baron a real possibility. There's no Dragon on the bottom side. OMG are all moving down there, and Weibo are trying to choke this out. They're like, well, where's the enemy team?
Yeah, they're waiting. They're expecting someone to come show top and catch top wave, but no one doing it just yet. We finally see them making their way up. Cream, knowing it's not safe to just walk through. It's nice that he brought PB God with him, but with the fact that he got spotted up by the ward, wanting to walk all the way around. So good presence of mind to not allow this to happen, and it does open up for Xiaohu to just take this turret outright. So even more gold in the pockets of Weibo, who are now sitting on 2 items across the board. Only one on the side of OMG, except in the hands of Abel, who was able to find that huge early game lead.
But hasn't amounted to much, has it? I mean, Weibo have been able to take this game over and now pushing in a turret in the side lane. The Shy moves down to bot. Mid was getting set up by Arky. Arky's had a really quiet game number 2, Lyric. He was looking for an angle as well, someone to overpush mid and find a pick that would give them some emphasis back in this game, but as now he's being collapsed on, it's a bit of an issue. Arky sent out of the way, he has to cyclone, but look, into the back, beautiful seismic shove. Xiaohu and Carter, this new duo, or rather old one, is nailing it as the Shy ultis into Cream. He'll get the flip down and even a double for this madman. Shanji's next on the menu as this is a lot of damage. Cassante having to find the flip back, won't get it, but the Shy still continuing on. Shanji dodges out for a second time. I love that the Shy still walking this in. Under turret. Oh no! There is no greater the Shy way to die. He's even laughing in the bottom of our screen.
Look, I just want to know, again, where has this consistency, the methodicalness, and how they're playing this game come from? Did Easy Hoon call up Coma and borrow the belt? Is this Coma's belt coming on in onto the side of Weibo? Because, again, great play coming to them. I love how like they waited, pushed out top, get the angle in. Carso, once again, able to find AD carry on the backside. Xiao doing a great job of following up. And then they just run OMG down. I don't care about continuing, you know, with us getting to see what the Shy does here, but able to turn this into a Baron. Again, massive kudos to whatever prep they did coming into this week, whatever changes they were able to make. I typically even don't give praise to coaches because we have no idea what they do. All teams, all coaches do different things. You are seriously never going to know what they do, but I hope Easy Hoon called Coma and borrowed the belt.
Oh man, I'm sure he will. I'm sure
Easy
he
Hoon
will.
like having like PTSD, like holding notice, like, oh my god, I faced this.
Yeah, he did. The Shy versus Cream now as Gravity Field disappears. Now Cream's in a lot of trouble. Flashed away from the All-Out still comes through though. Brings him closer to the turret, but the Chaos Storm won't do enough damage. The Shy with the solo kill right on top of this mid lane. He's 0-5-1, Lyric. This game, he has really needed more agility in the mid lane because he has been bullied.
He has. He's just not been able to get it. And it just comes down to it again. I feel like time and time again we see whenever Cream gets pushed onto the Victor, things like this are what arises. Even when he has like a solid game on the Victor, Cream always being just so good with agency on a play-making champion where he just looks like an S+ tier mid laner. Now being punished on the Victor. And me and you came in. Wait, the Shy. Is he going to go down?
You're going to say expecting a 3-game series, but we're
yep,
not getting it.
6-game day. Today was a 6-game day on paper. We thought we were for the long haul, but here we are. I don't get it.
I guess we're looking down. You know, maybe you'll curse it from here. We'll see. But 14-2, it's hard to do that. It's 12k gold lead at 24 minutes. That Dragon Soul won't come up. Let's be real. This game should be over by then. It's a 3-item Talia versus a 1.5 Victor. And you're right. It's because OMG not only higher on the standings for, I guess, their upset win over JDG, but the fact that this team has been surprising. They've been really good draft innovators again. But coming into the series, like the mid-jungle has been slapping Cream. Arky had a great early game with bot in game 1. And even this game, like, there was a surprising gank that got Abel ahead. But OMG's transition against Weibo this game, like, it's never happened in the mid-game. Weibo's just been able to take over through their CC chains and their pick potential in both games.
And it's one of those things I'm happy to see, because coming in, it was why I gave Weibo the mojo vote of victory for the split in my mind, was because of Xiao and Parsa and the fact that they have that synergy. They really didn't show it for like early on in the split. The 2018, 2019 RG, one of my favorite teams ever to watch based off of those two players. Not going to show it here with the ult onto the clone, but a lot of people will remember like those orientations of RNG were playing around easy, which they did once they got to internationals. But in regular season, a lot of the times it was things like Xiaohu and Karsa being the show. I remember like the Rumble Jarvan combos were something that they were very proficient at, playing together, finding agency around the map. It's great that we got to see here once again today.
It was always the insurance Uzi, right? Like a play through early lanes, but like mid-game would be moving around, becoming that two-man unit, and then Uzi was always just facilitated into becoming late-game character. I mean, we can talk about that at some other point because I think this one might end soon. Light's going to take an ulti there, so he flashed away from Xiaohu, but Shanji went all in for that. Husky with the Cyclone, number one, number two goes into the Shy. Weibo taking a lot of AoE though, but the Cyclone shove, Gale forced away from, Abel was a dead man. He won't let Xiaohu pick off his legs. Weibo burnt a lot to get away from that, and the defense from OMG is about as good as you can expect.
No one goes down for them, so they're going to take that as a win. And since they're in their base, they can even go back, heal up to where Weibo's still having to play with a bit of these chunked health bars. They still will manage to find a turret and still feel confident in finding a fight with how tanky they are, but a lot of key ults are down. We don't have crisps available, even lights, lightning crafts are not there, so they're going to really need to be careful because Abel will slap you, and Shanji, like, still a Scion. Still going to be able to tank a lot of this damage from coming out. So I liked it at the end of the day. They kind of pace themselves, they back off, and honestly, that could have been a potential situation where maybe it's OMG, you go for the full send. I understand they also don't have a lot of their key ultis up as well, but it doesn't really feel like there's ever going to be an ideal time for OMG to engage when you're 12k gold down. You're going to have to just take what you can get, but Abel's incredibly close to his third item, and there it is. IE picked up, so this is going to have to be the window. This is going to be the end-all, be-all for OMG.
But the next objective isn't up for 40 seconds, and it's Baron. You know, OMG to get in front of that objective, Lyric, to get outside their base right now is a struggle. I like that you talk about, like, you know, 3-item failures being relevant, but Ultra Shock Blazer hits a couple people, and suddenly that stings quite a bit. Weibo looking for the pick here as OMG get their waves in order, especially the mid ones. But as bot gets pushed in, Lyric, 20 seconds till Baron coming up. I'm not even sure if Weibo interested in this.
No, Weibo don't even necessarily need it too much. You can keep looking for these picks. For the side of OMG, though, they do have a lot of wave clear. So it does look like in the end that probably will be the go-to call. If there's anything that'll force them out of their base, and once again give you the opportunity for Karsa and Xiaohu to just jump onto Cream, it will be this Baron. So the Shy and Shanji both have TPs available. This can turn into a 5v5 at any point, but Weibo are the ones with heavy control of vision. The Shy would be able to find a tremendous flank if all these wards don't get cleared out.
Or he might find something in the bottom lane by himself. The all-out's going to be used while Chris misses the ulti, but the flash in from Caster. That's the all-in, the all-out, and meanwhile, Weibo Gaming are smashing it out. In the bottom side, meanwhile, the Shy's looking at a solo kill yet again. Cameraman, show us the love. The flip back, and guess what? Shanji close to dying again, but under turret, the Shy's doing this once more. The flip, get that! Okay, big man, simmer down. The Cheyenne smiled about this one as Weibo returned back to Baron. OMG was looking to help him out, but that's a man down. Baron now coming through, Arky with the steal, not this time around. Cyclone is a bit late. Two are dead. And Weibo with the finishing touches. The nice bit of parsley on top of the risotto, Lyric. It's there.
We've had 3 smite fights so far this series. Karsa's come out ahead in 2 out of 3 of them, so really coming in clutch today. We're going to see them go for that last straight. This is going to be Hex Tech Soul, which is really still so oppressive. So now Weibo, like, let's be real, we give it hope for OMG, especially just because not only as a team do they deserve that respect, but their composition can also command that respect. But now, 14 gold up, 14k gold up, not 14,000 gold up. Baron, Hex Tech Soul, like, big item advantages. This one really is just about when Weibo seal the deal rather than if they seal the deal.
And get themselves their 8th win. They will not be locked into playoffs, folks, but it is really hard at 8 not to make the cut unless you lose every single series by 2-0. NIP, WE, Weibo versus WE twice. Leaguepedia not really on the money there as OMG are getting shoved around the last inhibitor turret. The Shy runs in at level 18 with a 2-level difference over Shanji. guy impossible to kill. That base is going to be seeded as now. It's all up to the Nexus turret. The shot with the shove back, and guess what? Shanji is taken for a ride. He tries to ult out, but he's already dead of light. He's got the ulti fully stacked. He's too close for comfort as Abel does get the kill, but they change their target. Abel's now destroyed, and that's from Xiaohu. He'll be shot down by Cream's gravity well as Light's still alive, by the way. And the Shy did die for a Cream with a beautiful flash, but guess what? Renata brings you back to life. All it took was a kill as Light yet again in charge. But Weibo, you can say that about this series. A defining one at that against OMG, denying their playoff security, but further enhancing their own.
Really seeing a flip of the script here in this game. OMG were on a 5-win streak. Weibo were on a 2-loss. Weibo able to reverse their fortunes, beating a team that was above them in the standings. Coming into the series, OMG were actually 4th. They were even slightly above TES, just off of 1-game win. So now able to bring themselves up. I still believe they'll technically be under OMG by like the same logic. I think they'll be 1 game under OMG, but still putting yourself in that fight for top 4. I mean, hell, I guess even top 2 is theoretically still. Actually, is it? Actually, that might not be on the table for Weibo anymore with how few series we have left for them. But still,
5 losses a bit hard to get top 2. They can get 8, 9, 10, 11 max. The problem is EDG are already at 11, and JDG went to 10 and 3. So technically, yes, but realistically, no.
Yeah, realistically, it'd be very hard. Point is, even if you're just competing for top 4 and you're getting to that round right before double elim, like, you still take that. You should take that as Weibo any day of the week and buy as much time for playing as little series as possible. So, huge. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what to put into this win because Weibo are always such a deceiving team with what they're able to do, with how good games can be, how bad games could be. Because I want to be like, oh, this is where you start getting some faith back in Weibo. Like, this was not only a win, but again, it was commanding. The vision control was beautiful. All members firing on all cylinders, doing their jobs. Like, the map play in mid to late game was there. Like, everything was there for Weibo today. The question is, like, can that keep up? I don't know.
Again, it's one day greatness like the next. A lot of question marks. It's really hard with Weibo because they might have the mojo because of that, but also they're one of the most confusing teams in the LPL. They're kind of like top esports in previous splits, but I feel like, you know, maybe I could even say like IG in 2021.
I want to say one day you're an esports company that has a $1 billion valuation, and the next your stocks are less than $1 on NASDAQ. I'm not relating that to anyone out there, but the point is, you know, that is how Weibo can be. So this time around, I really think in game 1 we saw Light, but it was all members like really having a good game. This game, I feel like it was kind of the same. The Shy doing great later on, but really Karsa and Xiaohu for me coming online. Chris, you highlighted that one ultimate around mid lane, especially beautiful.
Yeah, again, Chris was like one of the OGs on that champion when it came out. Played it the most by far in the opening split too. Crisp is a legend who gives a lot of support and a lot of versatility linking up with mid jungle, but as we saw in that game as well in the team fights, absolute brilliance. Now the Shy did the most damage, but he was also up against a Sion, so I don't know how much that actually means, but still, props to the Cassante, I guess.
I mean, we did. The observers were panned over for a reason, right? The Shy and Shanji were just trading blows. Most of the Shy was trading blows with Shanji for a large part of that game. So now I just wonder who our interview is going to be, because I'm kind of excited to hear from any one of the members of Weibo, even if a lot of them I think are more tempered personalities. You know, people like Light and Crisp especially, but I mean Light getting a pentakill today, hearing his thoughts on that, or I think Xiaohu, Carson more vibrant, the Shy. Always able to say some funny things at least.
Yeah.
So,
at the very least.
Some great quotes. Yeah.
He'll say, who cares? I got 34% of my team's damage as a Cassante. Even though the stats are always going to be skewed versus the Sion, still, it's great. As ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview over at the arena. We've got the legend we're talking about in the support role, and we've got another legend in Wendy talking to Crisp from Weibo Gaming.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Chris from WBG with us. Congratulations on this very clean 2-0 victory, and you guys ended this losing streak. So tell us more about the changes or the adjustments made by the team before today's best of 3. 那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常漂亮、干净利落的2-0。但其实在这之前，你们是有经历一个小小的连败嘛？所以说可能在今天比赛开始之前，队内有进行怎么样的调整吗？
就是我们在输给EDG跟 RNG 之后，就是尤其是输给 RNG 之后吧，然后我们那个时候在比赛的一个准备室里面，就是我们讨论了很多，然后我们哪些缺点，然后有哪些是我们做的不好的地方，然后我们大家都就很深刻的去讨论了这个问题，然后我们也在就昨天有一个改变吧，然后我们在昨天也做了蛮多准备跟一些改变的，就是希望在接下来为数不多的一些比赛里面，还有季后赛里面，希望我们能展现出更好的一个状态去迎接接下来所有的比赛。
So I must say, after the game that we lost to EDG and RNG, especially the game we lost to RNG, we really made a lot of feedbacks. We really have a very deep feedbacks. We really focus on which part that we didn't manage to do so well in the actual games and which part that we made some mistakes. We really would like to cover this part to have some improvements on. And also, I must say, yesterday we also made some changes about our strategies, and we really made a full preparation for today's best of 3. So that can be the reason why we were able to perform okay for today's game. And also in the following matchups of this split and also in the upcoming playoffs, we would like to try our best to make full preparations in order to show you guys a better performance in the future. And definitely we're all looking forward to this. And talking about a bit more about today's best of 3, we can't miss that Zeri super play. And we know this is not the first time that Lat got that penta kill with Zeri, but I'm very curious, in game 1, when you guys saw that Zeri got that penta, what's the team's reaction? 那其实说到今天的 BO3， 不能错过的就是泽力的一个高光表现嘛。其实第一局的时候 ，Light 也是用泽力拿到了5杀，这也不是他这个赛季的首次5杀，但也比较好奇，可能你们在看到队内选手拿到5杀的时候，当时你们队内有什么样的反应吗？
当时首先就在团战进行中嘛，然后 Light 说他那个4杀，然后说他给他找个5杀，然后我们就大家一起帮忙去帮他找这个5杀。
So this was in the middle of the team fights. Light realized that he just got the quarter kill, so he just called for help that maybe you can give me this penta. So we'd like to just give him this opportunity, this chance to have this penta. And after this penta, you guys were able to close up game 1 cleanly and talk a bit more about game 2. In game 2, we feels like in the early game, both teams have some skirmishers, but I would like to talk a bit more about the team fight around 18 minutes around the mid lane. That you guys were able to have a super clean engage, and after that you guys just got an ace to further enlarge that advantage. Tell us more about the shot calls around this mid lane team fight. 那其实说到第2局，感觉前期双方也是有些碰撞，但是一个真正的转折点是18分钟左右的一个中路的团战。当时你们是那一波直接团灭掉了对方，进一步的扩大了自己的优势。所以想问一下，当时那一波整个队内有进行了怎么样的一些指挥或者沟通吗？
首先在那个团战准备之前，我们就已经就是想好了这个龙我们要去交战，然后我们提前也准备好了视野，然后当时就是帅哥一直在前面，在那个草的地方就拉扯那里，在对面卡对面位置，然后给我们创造了一个比较不错的团战的一个先机嘛。因为对面用技能去激活帅哥的话，就是我会让我的大招一个反手的效果得到一个很好的提升，然后最后团战的话就跟我们想象的一样，就直接很容易的就拿到了胜利。
So to be honest, before the team fight, we have already decided, around that Drake pick, we would like to have that hard engage to win that team fight. So we have already made this plan before the fight. And around there, the Shy, our top laner, he just hid in the bushes and would like to kite the opponent's position. And after that, the opponents just use all the skills to target on the Shy. But after that, I can super easy use my ultimate to make the counter engage to help the team to make the engage to win the team fight. And we feels like the result is just as super good. It's just as we have prepared, and we were able to win this team fight super cleanly, and after that we were able to have a good fight after that, and definitely a super clean best of 3. And as you have just mentioned, maybe you guys would like to show the better performance in the following matchups as well, and also in order to get the good position in the playoff, every single matchup, every single point is very important. So how confident you are for the following matchups? 那刚才就是松松所说，你们也会尽全力在未来在接下来的比赛中 中展现一个很好的面貌嘛。那现在也是来到季后赛席位，包括说排名的一个争夺中，每一分都非常的重要。所以说对接下来比赛有什么样的期待，包括说有多大的自信呢？
老实说，可能在我们这个春季赛，其实我们的状态感觉一直都不是很稳定吧。就是我们的期望其实就是在接下来的时间里，就是所剩不几的一些常规赛的比赛里，希望我们在那几场比赛里把自身的状态去调整好，让我们的整个团队的配合去变得更好。然后排名其实可能现在排名我们可能拿不到一个很高的排名了，但对我们而言，我觉得最重要的就是我们把自己的状态调整好，然后在季后赛里面去把之前没打好的比赛都打好一次。
So to be honest, I must say through this whole regular season, our form is not that stable. Our performance is not that good. So we would like to just try our best to have a better synergy, better performance in the remaining matchups in the regular split. And after that, I must say maybe it's a bit hard for us to get a very high standing in the playoff, but in the upcoming games and also in the upcoming best of fives, we would like to try our best to make the better performance. And definitely thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们 and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy and Crisp. It seems like Crisp is a bit of a realist where his team's at the moment. They're not going to be getting top 2, let's be real, but there's still a chance, top 4, top 6. But Weibo just kind of want to put their best foot forward, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I love hearing that's actually the one who made that call in the second game, that like the game-defining team fight in mid of like, hey, I'm gonna bait them out, I'm gonna bring them into us, and then Chris was able to make the re-engage. So always cool to hear that. Well, you expected players with such a wealth of experience on the run that any of them can set up, call, and find these opportunities for the team to be able to succeed. I do believe our MVP was Karsa, if I remember correctly, which in my mind would be pretty well deserved. Again, he was setting up a lot of the games flying across the screen. Like every time, it's like anytime we would see Cream around, suddenly Vi coming from a far distant angle.
Dude, how rough it was for him, man. Like Abel experienced it game 1, maybe less of game 2, but Cream got it in both. And Karsa was just such a pain, and 7 MVP shows you like there can be massive whiffs. Karsa can kind of be like the Shy in a sense, where he sometimes misses a lot of ultis, or he misses a lot of plays.
They're kindred spirits for sure.
Yeah. But then he can have exceptional games like this where, again, clinical performance on the Vi and is one of the core carries of Weibo Gaming. They're most MVPs, by the way, Xiaohu behind him with only 5. It's impressive to say that this man now has the 5th most MVPs in the league. Like, it is well-deserved despite the bad rap that he gets from some of the fans.
Yeah, again, it just goes to show the volatility of his performances, of that it's either incredibly up or incredibly down. In this whole series, both games, it wasn't, because even some series like Karsa with a good game, a bad game, maybe like just an all right game. Both of them across the board really felt like he understood his role. And on the Vi, it's something he looks really comfortable on. So I don't know, maybe that's something you start seeing taken away from him and try and force some other things like the Sejuanis and those of the world where you see him whip those ults. But either way, Weibo looked great today.
Yeah, they did. And it's a 2-0 again that we didn't expect, but OMG getting cleaned out means they're equaled up a bit by Weibo as well. 8 wins sitting with a lot of other teams in the league too. But folks, speaking of teams trying to make their way into playoffs, BLG versus TT is going to be coming up next. 7-5 for BLG, TT at the same score as well. We're going to go on a bit of a longer break because it is a Shanghai reset there, Lyric. So after about 20 minutes or so, folks, we'll be back with our second series to see if Ben can once again pull out a powerhouse, this time against TT.
"这是一个快问快答的环节，请在30秒内说出至少5个峡谷里面4只脚走路的英雄。
4只脚走路的英雄。
4只脚，那它得是个动物啊，4只脚。
就是本身4只脚也可以是吧？
对。
好，
多1只脚走路都不行，就正好4只脚。
就说是5个。
至少5
个，有那么多吗？
打野我也会偏多一点。打野我会偏多吗
？4只脚着地的是吧？
对。
OK， 那我懂了。
OK， 开始吧。
猪妹，蜘蛛有几只脚？好像挺多的，蜘蛛应该不算。完蛋了。我现在说几个？2个。狼人算吗？靠，太难了吧！4只脚走路怎么这么难？ 还有吗？还有这种英雄吗？
龙女、狗熊、挖掘机、狼人。挖掘机是吧？它是爬那正常走的4只脚。
挖掘机不止
4只脚。龙龟，那完了呀，那只有3个，本来4个的，肯定是大部分都是打野英雄。大虫子好像不是。
豹女、挖掘机、蜘蛛。
蜘蛛不止4只脚。
这4只脚以上的不算是吧？狗熊、狼人、杀4边豹女行吗？杀4边豹女都不行，投降。
蜘蛛豹女，纳尔变大的时候，蜘蛛也是那个吧？哦，行，还有谁呢？我想一下，有点难。动物类的，狗熊放 Q 的时候算吗？算，想不到了。
蜘蛛、豹女、熊，还有什么？完了，猫什么？
豹女、蜘蛛算吧？蜘蛛不算，蜘蛛8个脚。人马、纳尔，想不起来，不知道。
莉莉娅、人马、豹女、蜘蛛算吗？
蜘蛛不算。
螃蟹
也不是4个脚。
鳄鱼是4个脚吗？
鳄鱼2只脚。
鳄鱼2只脚。还有什么4只脚？上野会多一点。
人马、莉莉娅、猪妹、
豹女、狗熊。完了，我真不知道。鳄鱼不算，鳄鱼4只脚的是个动物，我玩过那么多动物吗？雷克赛、人马，雷克赛绝对有，它变身时候4个啊，还是6个？啊，6个。啊？那我想不到了呀，有那么多吗？不会只有5个吧？
豹女、蜘蛛、猪妹，感觉都是打野英雄。克加斯、
豹形态豹女、人马、提莫算吧？哦，提莫没有叫。动物。莉迪亚、
厄加特，然后豹女，厄加特不对吧？它不4只脚吗？哦，那豹女，然后人马，太难想了，我只记得这2个，我想不到了，我投降了，投降出一半了。
OK。
然后雷克赛豹女是只狗，还有狗熊算不算？狗熊拿 Q 技能趴地上是4只脚了，蜘蛛，小蜘蛛6只脚。哦，
蜘蛛、人马算吗？8只脚不算吗？豹女算吗？不知道哎。
纳尔秃女，然后还有狼人，
人马、挖掘机、螃蟹，
螃蟹不止4只脚。
变形的也算，豹女、蜘蛛，其他猜不出来了，有点难啊，这个4只脚。
豹女，然后鳄鱼不是吧？完了，我玩的英雄太少了。啊，牛，牛是吗？牛不是啊，没有啊。好，算了，放弃。哪有啊？哪有变形之后是4只脚的？就没变形的也算吗？
没变形的也算。
可是我还是猜不出来，放弃了。
豹女、人马、莉迪亚、龙女、猪妹。
豹女、纳尔、人马、瑞尔、特中尼。
恭喜，全部打。
4只脚，我想想看，纳尔、大纳尔、豹女、狗熊、狼人、图奇移速快的时候4只脚，真的，图奇加速的时候他是这样跑的，背着那个是在跑的，你可以去看视频，我记得很清楚。
OK。我们这里就有一个小小的失败挑战，就是要模仿一下你刚刚说错的英雄语，模仿一下他放技能的样子。
放技能的样子。
对，
这边射一个，想射吧。
蝎子 Q 就这样。
蝎子 Q 就是这样震一下，
帮你的那个
身体射出来，压着一个网。是这个来 Q 技能，这样砸一下。
砸飞镖啊！直接丢飞镖。
蝎子它 Q 好像就是打一下。
龙龟，
把土猪就这么一丢啊！
一技能就直接向前放一个波，
唰，救！
两手就这样吧。
当。
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees.
下一场对战 BLG 的话，感觉他们最近状态挺一般的，然后他们队伍风格比较偏野核吧，打他们的话，感觉针对他们一下打野就挺好赢的。下场对战勋的话，感觉他最近选的英雄就是千珏那些英雄比较帮，而且喜欢帮上路嘛，可能就是 找机会在上路反蹲一下什么的。
I hope so. I hope we do get a little bit more kindred there from Beichuan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric here for our second series. We apologize for the long wait, but that's how it is when it's back-to-back in Shanghai. They're going to do a bit of a changeover. They're going to get the old guard out and new one in. And now we get into our new one, which is BLG versus TT. And Sir, all I need to say about this series is that both teams are 7-5. Both teams are maybe, I don't know if BLG are better than expected. I think TT definitely are, though.
I think TT are better than expected for maybe name value. And again, if you don't place a lot of value in how they are, in my mind, they're kind of right about where I'd expect them to be with, again, their end of the season push last year, kind of this like lower or like actually pretty much exact middle of the table, right? Coming in right now, sitting at 8th. BLG, I think, have under-delivered in terms of where their roster has been. Maybe not by much, because let's be real, the only teams above them are ones with like super stacked rosters and OMG. But BLG have definitely been incredibly inconsistent. They're in a 2-win streak, so they've beaten NIP, they've beaten RNG in their recent series, but they also were one of like the first teams to face the onslaught of LGD. They've lost to WE, so the pieces are there. You know, they have one of like the most recognizable names and like carries on their squad, and that's what I find so cool about this matchup. You have like, again, these like big names like the Yagaos, the Bins, the Shuns, Elk, against TT, who don't really have that, but I feel like TT have been defined by how they work as a team. And it's still the same story as last year of like mid-jungle support are really where my eyes go when I watch TT play.
I mean, especially mid the development we saw last split. I think last year we had a lot of criticism for UCal, considering he came out of the LCK, was known for a couple of big pocket picks, and UCal came into a league where we do have fancy mid laners, we do have that top quality talent, much like the LCK does as well. And UCal sat under the barrel of where he maybe should have been. This time around, we're seeing the same development. We're seeing a huge champion pool, by the way. Like, just to give context, I'm trying to count it on stream. It's 14 unique pocket picks right now for UCal. There's a lot from Yagao as well, but it just feels like that UCal is starting to cement himself as a mid laner to watch in a league of great mid laners yet again.
And that's why, like, coming into this, I'm looking at how BLG's lanes can do in comparison. Like can bot lane just outright win in the 2v2? Bin should be expected to heavily be favored over Hoya in that top side. Or if it's like if TT can survive, can they start getting Yao Yao out on the map? Because Yao Yao is still one of like our heaviest roaming supports, even now, even in a meta where we've had a lot of like enchanters and like obviously things like the Yannies, well, like just a lot of these things that can find opportunities in lane or can empower an AD carry. Yao Yao's still going to look to play around Beichuan and really enable UCal. We heard in the interview, though, for Beichuan, they think the key to success is setting Shun behind, which I think is we've seen work time and time again, because BLG, kind of a same problem that a lot of BLG teams do, that their lanes don't link up really well together. So if you put the jungle behind, it really can like stop that cohesion of snowballing those early leads.
So many snowballing junglers on that. Like in Italy, Kindred was talked about. The Viego's come through a couple of times. Shun has played a hell of a lot of vibe, but, you know, again, it is those pockets that Shun has brought out in the past, especially when, was it his time on IG? It was, wasn't it? Where he was like a core carry in the jungle on some of these picks, and it's what gave IG in some of their worst years their victory.
I was going to say, like, if it wasn't his time on IG, I don't know where it would be, since he's coming from IG, but
IG,
yeah, specifically last year where we had, it just felt like it was like kind of Shun by himself. We had, you know, kind of mid laners coming in and out. We had like Nani and Sika competing up in that top side. Dude, bot lane just not looking good whatsoever. So it really felt like, okay, get Shun on his Nidalee and his Kindred, and like maybe that can carry you a game. We did start to see that get figured out. They'd be able to build up like huge gold leads and then fall behind. But now with the fact that you have, I'd say, more proven members with more experience who can then maybe help transition those leads. People like Yagao especially, who really like time and time again been on JDG, who at numerous points over the years like shown like really smart map play, that it's something you can see done. But this one even just feels important because either of these teams may be able to make their way to that like that 5th, 6th spot and potentially even get past the first round of playoffs and, you know, dodge out on one series.
And dodge out on the risky, I guess, league maneuver that's going to be 9th and 10th. That's the
especially teams like RNG that could finish down there. Like, I don't care where RNG finished. Do you want to play RNG first round of playoffs in a best of 5?
Dude, no.
I don't know.
I don't think I do. And, you know, like, first round is always where we get the miracle from. Like we did last split. like we have with WE in the past. So I will say, first round is never guaranteed, and sitting in that position, nah, forget that. As we welcome BLG to the stage, we already talked about it before. Shun feels like the blood of this team. Yao, an honorable mention, Bin in the last series was top 5 worthy performance on that cannon, that insane ulti. Elk and the bottom lane, Lyric, so just blanking on, does 32% of his team's damage, which is a very high stat.
Yeah, he's definitely the big carry for the side of BLG. Yao playing more of like a facilitating role. And then Bin, I feel like, has been pretty disconnected. I'm actually surprised that Beitron said, you know, he feels like Shun puts a lot of attention and resources up towards the top side, because we might see a few ganks early on, but then typically Bin is left to his own devices, really low in terms of damage, really low in terms of like below 50% kill participation. So really, a lot of this does come down to how Elk performs. TT, I feel like Huanfeng, even though having one of the better splits in like kind of recent times that he's had, Yaya and Huanfeng still aren't this like 2v2 laning bot lane in my mind. It's very much about Yao Yao interacting with the rest of the map. So Elk and On getting an advantage in 2v2 and setting Elk up to be the huge carry, I feel like is probably the strategy for BLG.
So different directions then. It's going to be interesting to talk a little bit more about bot as Huanfeng and Yao Yao. You know, bottom lane in their own right developing. Huanfeng already had a bit of renown behind him, but Yao Yao previously known as Pudding. This is, I guess, his first major split in the sense that first major split being noticed, right? Especially in a team where you have Hoya and Yukao. Like, we've been talking about these solo laners quite a bit. H1 is facilitating. I feel like Yao Yao has been a really big part. He's not just been a side piece. Wait, yeah, they're coming out together. Wait. Oh, that's so cute! Woo! Let's go! Look at that shout, dude.
The energy behind it as well. The mid jungle. Oh, it's so wholesome.
They came out together. It's so cute.
I do gotta say, right? A lot of we were just saying about Yaya really coming in and being prominent this split is because of how late of a resurgence TT split was last split, right? It wasn't really close enough to where they were able to build a lot of fandom, build a lot of notoriety with how well they started playing towards the end. And now getting to come in and show that from very early on. Of course, they started off pretty rocky. It's when they still were running Shinliu down in that bot lane who...
Okay. Google famous anime poses. Round 2 Lyric.
I love that's where you default back to.
It has to be, surely. Because, was it something from JoJo's? No. It's not Ginyu Force.
That didn't feel like extra enough to be JoJo's.
But there was some bouncing around, so I thought, I don't know. Dragon Ball? It's definitely not Saitama. It's not Kaneki-kun. I don't know. I'm just going through it all. I'm gonna need help with this one again, guys. But at the very least, we're throwing out anime. We've gone from soccer, or at least, I don't know if it was Ultraman again. I still haven't seen that. We got it for the first one, but not the second. But Lyric, I've still not like, you know, I didn't watch enough football growing up where I could tell you, oh, that's, you know, that's Messi's pose. But I feel like anime should be my strength, and I should be getting this, you know?
Yeah, the country I come from, we're not good at football, so that doesn't exist to me. Like what even is that? You mean American football, right? You mean the NFL? But yeah, I feel like you're just trying to show your weeb chops today, but they're not actually coming through.
It ain't trying though. It's just a natural thing, bro. Every time I cast Light, it turns into Death Note. All right. Every time I cast the Shy, which they happen to be on the same team, I accidentally drop a Might Shy in there, because if you guys don't remember, IG versus Top Esports used to be the Great Ninja War. Top Esports were the Akatsuki, and IG were literally like Konoha Leaf Village. And Might Shy was Guy Sensei.
I'm just saying, you know, I'm all for the derailments. I love it. Yeah. Maybe right now, while we're looking at TT, while we're looking at BLG on stage, we can save the TSJG history for in-game.
Okay. All right. Next time then.
No, we can pivot this. So, okay, that was a great Ninja War. What is TT versus BLG? You're gonna name it here right now. This is gonna be historic best of 3. All 3 games are gonna be bangers, and then after it, what is it gonna be known as?
This is gonna be. Oh, I was gonna do an individual. I was gonna say it's like Rock Lee versus Gara. You know, where Rock Lee drops the weights. The thing is, I'm saying that BLG look like a better team on paper, but in the end, we know that Gara wins anyway. And if that's TT, that makes sense. Because even though BLG dropped the weights and like, man, this dude's quick, Gara's still a crazy man. And I think TT are crazy this split. So maybe it's that lyric, or maybe it needs to be like an internal anime. It needs to be like, maybe it's like Ichigo versus Aizen, guys. You know, where Aizen's like, I'm so strong, I can't even read your power level. And then Ichigo's like, dude, bloody Mugetsu.
I feel like the problem is
like,
you keep bringing examples where there's like one heavy favorite coming into the battle. I don't think there's a heavy favorite in this one. Maybe BLG's a slight favorite because of, again, like name value, but yeah, you know what? You get time. You can keep working on it while the banger commences because we already had bans coming out across the board. I like the Sejuani takeaway by BLG because that really has been where H1 in my mind has looked the best. And again, he really is one of the things that sets UCal up for success. Now where TT want to go, no jungle bans of their own. So still things like the Wukong, like the Vi left available, Maokai as well, which is kind of fallen off a bit, but always gives you the potential, as we've said, to kind of flex into that AD solo lane option a bit easier. And now where BLG want to go, even with AD carries being very open, it really feels like you have so many options here. If you wanted to go Varus, if you wanted to kind of signal that direction, the Aphelios being left to its weight, and it looks like that is where Elk is going to want to end up.
Aphelios first pick. Feels like home again, doesn't it? It just feels like 2020. TT, on the other hand, with no Zeri available, means we might see Varus again, Lyric. Varus? Ash? Both are available.
I think for Huanfeng, he still looks best in my mind on the Jins and the Varuses of the world. Last week, we actually, or it was even this week, him bringing out the Cho'Gath, which we didn't get a chance to see because UCal giving up first blood at like 30 seconds in against JDG. Kind of disappointed. I would have loved to actually see how that strat was supposed to work out. And then this. I hope they take this away because this has been Shun's bread and butter pick, the split when he isn't getting his hands on the carry. This is most played, 62% win rate. And yeah, they go for it. They have the all-in. They have the single target CC to be able to look for Bin. We saw the great combos that was able to come out from it last game from Weibo. And now TT going to set themselves up in a very similar manner.
But Lyric, please no Wukong. Please. Sejuani's banned. We know this is always the handshake deal. Please. Oh, yeah, Sean.
You get it.
Thank God, man. Like, out of any jungler in the league, he is someone who 50-50 is going to pick something like this. There's Kindred. They said they're like playing towards topside. Lyric, let's be real. Now the possibilities for solo lanes just get that much more interesting.
They do, and especially picking this up against the Vi, she's going to come in, you pop that Lamb's Respite, and then helping survive, making sure Aphelios can get through, sustain up, especially if he's on the red gun, and really be able to win out the war of attrition. And they're just going to go with one of these kind of tried and trues, bringing the Galio alongside with it. It potentially signals like the use of like a Camille later on, so I wouldn't be surprised if once we get the second round of bans, if that one is taken off the table. But we're going to see here for TT having the Varus. So far, signaling that they want to go with the Ashe and keep up that strong prio in bot. Looks like they're going to go for it. So again, Camille being one of the things I highlighted. I don't know if they necessarily will feel pressured to index heavier into AP, like if they wanted to get Bin on. Bin's been someone who has played the Gwen and has played the Ken in this split, so we always do got to keep those in mind as well.
Oh, it's a nice touch-up. Yeah, it would add another AP threat, all-in threat, especially with Aphelios being a bit more backline. Lyric. I'm excited for this comp for BLG. On the other side, TT looked like that pick potential is a bit dangerous, though, to keep an eye on as we get rid of an engage tool on TT's side. That's the Nautilus taken away up against the Ashe. I'm curious if they go more towards the support path here, as On has been someone who's like Leona. I can see him as a Pyke, as we've seen in the past. Like, support seems to be the angle here.
Yeah, wanting to dodge that one out and looking at where TT could go here. It'd really be nice if TT can find something that has some formidable range in the mid lane, which is kind of like the Talia really being the thing that stands out, being left open. I wouldn't be surprised if TT want to take that away. UCal hasn't played it yet this split, but on top of working really well with the Vi, you have an Aphelios, you have a Kindred on the opposite side, outrange them, play from a distance. They go for the Cassiopeia, so UCal really wanting to find an advantage in this mid lane matchup. Like, you can seriously just hammer away those E's on the Galio and make his life a living hell.
True. Again, like a strong mid for UCal. We've been talking this guy up, and we're going to now see if he can bully away this, I guess, longer standing veteran towards mid. On looking at engaged, although Lyric, they banned a Blitzcrank against him that he's already played, but On has a huge champion pool. This is a classic from what we saw once upon a time here from this X-suiting support. Now, as we get that in, you also mentioned so nicely, you said Bin's played the Cannon before. It would fit here so perfectly, and that all-in would just be complete.
Oh, they maybe end up baiting us in the end. Maybe banking on the fact that they have enough damage already coming out from AD jungle. They don't feel too pressured to index into AP. I think it would have been cool, especially then, like, if you find flanks or find engages against, like, an Ashe, Cassio, Varus. They would all just be dead in a Slicey Maelstrom. But sadly, we're not going to get to see that here today. And Hoya now going to get his answer to the Gnar pick. I feel like they potentially want something with a bit of front line because they aren't all that tanky. But, like, had we gotten something like in a really crazy, like, counter matchup, that would be cool. And hell, they might still be looking for that. They're going to go with the J. So earlier we talked about with mid laners looking to outrange the enemy. They're going to do that up here with top side. So arrows flying at you, accelerated shock blast. Cassiopeia's range also pretty decent, even if she's more of a mid-range champion, but trying to make sure Aphelios and Kindred can't get into that zone where they're very effective. Shin would need some marks under his belt before that really became a thing, but the shining light for BLG, they have engaged from Leona, they have frontline, they have the Mega Gnar, they have the Galley to follow up. If they can get on top of TT, if they can find like a huge wombo combo, you can just blow them up.
But I was going to ask you a little bit more about the lanes here for TT, because it feels like they've drafted some pretty strong lanes that are going to be looking for dominance, especially solo lanes, like even Ashe Varus outranging here. Like, this is going to be a hard task for Shun.
Yeah, I'm especially looking at both mid and bot. Again, we already know the way TT plays. It's a lot about enabling UCal, so finding him a huge advantage, having wards around mid, so then if Yagao ever starts to hover towards one side of a lane, can't do it, or you set him so far behind that his ult really has no impact. Bot, you should be able to keep up pretty consistent pressure. It's only that level 6 point where you really have to have some fear of the Leona, unless you have a grave misstep, you know, like level 3, but again, use the prio you have. Look for these picks with the Vi. You're going to have pushing power, so you should have a strong ability to maintain vision. And with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it will be picks galore across the map for the side of TT.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, because two very different dynamics here from BLG and TT. But our 7 and 5 teams, both here jumping on the Rift in Shanghai to move up to the big boys. That's Weber, that's OMG, that's top Esports. 8 right now is cementing the others fighting for a playoff spot. BLG and TT won't lock it in with today, but it feels like this win could give them that edge in the next matchup. It would be a lock-in in that next matchup as well. And so that's why this is ever so important as LPL runs into its penultimate week here on the beautiful Monday. BLG, Shun on the Kindred. Lyric, speaking of range, late game, Aphelios, Kindred, they're going to be shooting stars at this point as well. So I think something to keep on track is that when we do get a couple of those Kindred marks, when Aphelios does have himself a couple of items too, BLG are going to be dishing out the damage to match.
Oh, they will just out DPS. Like on the side of TT, you always have the Cassiopeia for the DPS, but at the same time, I don't feel like you should ever want them to get in range of you for you to bank on Cassiopeia trying to trade blows with Aphelios and Kindred toe-to-toe, right? You can already see Comet coming out for Huan Fong. They're really realizing of kind of going down this poke-style route. It's going to be about whittling them down and then re-engaging with Vi or picking them off with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. In a straight-up 5v5 where we're in mid-game and we're on even footing, I actually feel like BLG would be feeling incredibly confident just from having people like On and Bin able to soak damage and able to close the space.
Shun is actually walking down, red buff in hand. They're going to get rid of this ward. I guess he was just angling in case there was a potential hit from Yao Yao and Huan Fong, but instead Shun goes back to his Krugs. Starting on the bottom side, as noted before, there won't be any vision if he decides to cross the map, but we'll keep an eye on what Beichuan does to match out. Because Lyric, we know that Kindred is going to be looking for that first scuttle spawn. You have a 50-50. You literally just have to wing it and hope that you're on the right scuttle at the right time.
Shun, though, I mean, if there's anyone who should have those like deep, tingling Kindred senses of where marks will appear, there's no one who has, you know, more games on this champion in the LPL than him. But also will consistently potentially be spotted out, so they do now know that he was just doing that. And maybe Beichuan and team can play around it accordingly. Should know the potential of a bot lane gank or bot side invade is possible.
They think he's pathing up towards top. There's a ward down here. Beichuan thinking, now they know. Vision spots him out. Shun is walking into a trap. However, Yagal's by his side, so maybe it's Beichuan that has the information but can do nothing about it.
So it's one of those things where TT with the Hawkshot know it's possible. They know the invader or bot side gank or what's going to happen. But Shun also knows that the Hawkshot spotted. So having Yagao, I guess he didn't spot him right, but spotting the Raptors. Having the Galio start moving over, making sure he can at least get out and realize, like, hey, at the end of the day, this really isn't going to turn into anything, seems to be the right call. And both junglers just go back to their own devices. We said a lot of it's going to be down to TT wanting to find lane advantages. They've maintained a push in bot. So far, mid looks about even, but no real significant trades really coming out on either side so far.
No, actually a good start to the lane for Yagao in that manner as well. Yagao was kite away as we move the camera here. Suddenly, Yagao starts getting bullied a lot more than we've already seen. We did talk about Yagao having a bit of priority here, and especially talking about that bottom lane as well, which is already shoving up. So you can see the vision reciprocates that fact that Yukao and One Pong handle a lot of priorities on, gets the engagement with Yao Yao. Meanwhile, that Ash has to burn the flash, and with the dash out, Yao Yao, oh, he's almost cashed. Elk gets blocked by One Pong. The saving grace from his AD is Yao Yao a step too far.
Yeah, Juan Fong, I mean, just being a brother there to Yao Yao, making sure it doesn't go down. We said opportunities like that can always present themselves even pre-6 for the side of BLG. If oversteps come through, they do. And now getting a summoner, they're going to be able to look to punt in. I mean, Shun potentially going to be coming back down to a spot. His Krugs are up right now. Once back to back lane, maybe a gank can come on through. Level 6s, that flash will still be down, so Yagao can get involved. So now for BLG, you're keeping your eyes on that bot lane because there's blood in the water.
That push up is going to attract some unwanted attention, I'm sure, as Beichuan clearing up his top side will end up getting towards bot. That was a weird little hammer back from Hoya, but Bin goes into brush, and that's just about that. But Lyric, we are getting close to level 6. I think it's important to note that with your little game plan in mind, with your ability to enhance strong lanes, level 6 for both these teams seems pretty cracked.
For TT, it gives them the ability to start looking for those picks. Again, do what we saw with Fi earlier on and start singling members out. Yao Yao and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, I think, is really going to be the big one, so then it doesn't have to specifically... it really could be anywhere around the map with what's going on. And now, for BLG, I feel like their ults just make them feel more comfortable in, like, even numbers fights. 3v3s, 4v4s. They're going to have a lot of big team fight ults to lock a lot of people down. And like we said, they have the front line available to be able to enable that.
On's going to be already pulling that into gear, isn't he? One Fong getting a bit of information from Yao Yao, thankfully enough, as On was hiding in brush. But BLG are the ones starting on this dragon. Now, I didn't get to catch Scuttle here whether Shun has a mark, but we're about to find out if he's marked any target here because this is turning into a fight. Bit of poke damage down as well, Lyric, using that range with the flash to engage. The hero's entrance is perfect. First blood over to the affiliates as Shun goes over the wall, flies through. Didn't receive a mark from that, but he's going to get the dragon. And ladies and gentlemen, BLG are off to the races.
Not really having anyone who feels comfortable stepping forward to even try to make their way towards threatening engage. Is now fight coming out in top side.
Hoya is going to have to get out of there. He's got flash available, but Bin's whacking him hard, looking for the turn. Hoya, a good sidestep. Oh, Bin. That was clean.
Still nice by Hoya to like realize that he can go for that trade afterwards and has the damage available now, being in the gun form to be able to trade evenly. So we're going to see.
It's a mark. It's a double one. Well done. All right, Lyric. Replay done.
Yeah, gonna go into the replay, dodging out. Again, I don't really know what they were angling for here because there's no one who can safely walk into the core that BLG have on this dragon. You can see Beichuan like queuing away, queuing up towards the top side of the fight. Maybe if you have ulti on Beichuan or Yao Yao, you can try to quickly burst someone out. But even then, you just have to worry about Yagao always having the ability to come in. So I feel like things are off to a pretty good start for BLG when I have faith in their comp more the longer this game goes on, and TT not really able to get anything up off the ground so far.
We're about to find out now with Soul engaged. Yolk hits level 6 into Yao Yao. They flash forward. Just shurikens the hell out of him on absorbed damage, but look, the response onto Juan Fong Elk and Shun getting yet another kills. H1 is the mark target. They need this kill in the jungler, but Yukao, Flash Petrifying Gaze hasn't come out just yet. He wants them to look at him. Medusa! There it is, as cleansed away, but the beautiful timing, the ult from Shun. That lamp spike keeps him alive, turns around on H1. Elk is alive too, but they survive the Snake Lady. Her Serpentine Grace lingers over, but Elk will not be seduced this time.
2 for 1 in favor of BLG. It also allows the push out to come in mid from Yagao. Gonna freeze him up, maybe even got a plate. I'm not quite sure, but a plate coming out from your Galio would feel pretty nice when you're in this lane. So it does manage to get that one. Didn't even need his ult. So finding wins on the bot side when you don't even need the Galio ult feels even more significant. Though Yagao, you're being a bit greedy, my dude, as we're gonna get to see in bot lane. Again, BLG having comfort in like 3v3 skirmishes, having things like Leona that feel comfortable stoking damage. He does that, but Elk flashing forward, having all the shots there. Sure, one trade comes back, but I love how forward Elk played the fight. So then Huanfeng really having no path where he can retreat for that to come out. And then here, like you said, Yukao wanting to try to find the ult. Cause,
uh-oh. Boy, he's in trouble. Well, he's not anymore.
He wasn't, then he almost put himself back in trouble, but at the end of the day, he is doing just fine.
Speaking of trouble, this is an all-in. There's the cease and assist, and they're going to need a bit of assistance themselves. On gets poked out, Huanfeng on the money. 80 carries a big in our game 1.
Exactly, the difference maker there being that Huanfeng roaming over towards his top side. We see now Elk stayed in bot lane to get this wave pushed in. We were able to get this one and at least secure himself some plate gold down in that bot lane. Already having the Vampiric Scepter and the sword in the pocket, but still opening up for TT to be able to get this Herald. Doesn't really look like there's any obvious...
Yeah, okay.
Why did they drop it?
I'm not sure. I guess they just wanted the inside track. It's going to work out though, but the hero's entrance, he gets a 2-man. TT may have dropped this Herald for, I guess, a quick one, but they lost mid. Lyric, he seemed awfully confused.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Like, that has to be a misclick, right? It just seems such like weird timing to not set anything up for a Herald play. You just instantly throw it down to have it gonna charge off mid. Cool, but yeah, I don't know. That that Herald actually amounted to nothing for TT.
Fun.
Blue buff though does go over, so at least Huanfeng
so worth it in the
shining
end.
Light.
Lyric,
I don't know. I don't know if that's if that makes the Herald play worth it, but
I have a really important question for you. Does BF Stored stand for what I think it does? Does it stand for what we all think it stands for? Over the years, it's been in the game forever, and Riot's never really acknowledged it. But the initials are quite obvious. And I've just always wondered if I was on the money or if there's something hidden.
No.
Completely missing.
You are definitely right. You are 100% right, but
okay.
You know,
just have to double check.
There are no more BF swords in pocket, so now actually having a fully upgraded Bloodthirster. Also, Rod of Ages already coming in for Yagao. The only mythic on the side of TT so far is Huanfeng. He was able to get a few kills for himself. But I want to see the explosion now. I want to see On get some XP, hit level 6, Solar Flare come out, Moonlight Vigil follow up.
Oh yeah, there it is. It's got Gravitum as well. Flash from On. Hey, did you want a Solar Flare, Lyric? It's not available yet. He's level 5, but page 1 is definitely dead. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run. Page 1's about to be dead. Oh, that was crumb. My God. Well, On gets the kill. At the very least, you take that when Elk was the one chasing you down.
Yeah, not the worst case scenario at the end of the world. Probably even decently close to being able to buy enough time for an execute, but nowhere left to go. This will open up for BLG to take the Drake. And I mean, so far, this game has just been fully in favor of BLG. I feel like a lot of it is also coming down to how the drafts did pan out, but BLG have also been executing on what they need to execute on, and Elk being the one you highlighted, right? 32% of the team's damage for BLG. If they can start getting him ahead, it really feels like that's the way to do your best to ensure that Billy get a win.
And they've done exactly that. They've got a 2k gold lead, in fact, in this early game. A lot on that 80 carry, despite the CS being down a little bit from Huanfeng. But I think as well, you know, we haven't talked too much about the solo laners, but Yagal's been able to keep up, Lyric. I've just got a massive TT add-on at the moment at the bottom of our screen when we're in a T, funnily enough. But I don't think I've seen a Galio in a range matchup be this close in CS. In fact, he's up. How is Yagal up in CS?
Let's remember the time when UCal went bot to try to find the kill, and that's what pushed Yagal over that line. But UCal being very vigilant of his mana in those first few levels, you would typically get a few levels under your belt and you could really just punish that Galio. Wasn't able to do so before BLG had already started to find the kills and find the fights that they wanted. But sir, you have now some time to have your weeb analogy for the great BLG TT showdown.
Well, it can't be Rock Lee versus Gara because I think that is a bit too poggers, right? Like the weight dropping, everyone's goosebumps drops at the same time. It's like, oh,
you need to go with something very hipster.
Okay. It's like the ending of Angel Beats. You want both these teams to be beautiful, you know, and you want them to meet up again, but it's not going to be the way. It's a very sad ending because they're both at equal levels and deserve maybe another best of 3, but I'll try for something better, but for now,
No, this is the ending of Angel Beats. I love it. Everyone else loves it. BLG love it. They love it so much they're taking a bot lane turn off of it. So
it was so sad. It was so sad. It was just so beautiful.
I'm with you.
Oh, you go! He gets hit, and Baytron has an ulti as well. He's going to plop it in, but this is hard to kill the Galio. Petrifying gaze, though. Does Yagal get to move?
No, doesn't get to move. I even love Baytron moving forward, saving that Q, pushing him back even further. Yagal accepting his fate. Now going to get some Merc Treads online, so maybe hopefully can get stunned up a little bit less. But finally some signs of life from TT, getting a pick that we've really been like asking for from, I mean,
for years.
5 minutes, yeah, decades, some would say.
Oh my God, League of Legends game. I mean, we're just looking at a timer. That's our time. As back's going to be stopped here onto UCal. Elk playing it very dangerous. He's got Gravitum, Funfong alongside, but UCal still going to be hit hard. Some good kiting from Elk. You got to remember, that's our time. 15 minutes in the game, ladies and gentlemen, that's human time. As far as you know, the in-game timer for real League of Legends champions, this could be like a decade. And they just play really slow.
It's more. I feel like, I mean, I saw pictures of TT at the start of this game where they were back in the 70s.
And yeah, it might feel like it. We're discoing, aren't we? Good arrow out, but Baytron should still be dead as doo-doo. Elk, all he needs is one more, but Yagal will smack him down. That's Jungler dead in the face of next Rift Herald as well. And another kill going over to Yagal. Good picks from BLG as well.
BLG continue to push forward. Now they're just going to get the Rift Herald, so it's a slow burn, but it's a slow burn that, like, the firefighters are coming. It's gonna keep burning. You know, it doesn't feel like there's any safety or anything you can rejoice for TT for. I really don't feel like this game gets easier whatsoever. We're gonna get a replay. Oh, okay, we're gonna replay what happened to mid. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes on through. I mean, actually nice. I don't know if that prediction was meant to be, but gets locked down, not able to move. The ult comes straight out. Yeah, literally locked down. He was locked down until like the very last second. He's like, what do I do? What do you even do?
You just sit there, you just walk away, you know. I don't know what punishments you get from I don't think you're allowed to get up off your feet off the stage, but Yagal could definitely go to the bathroom in that time as well. Baytron died after though, Lyric, so at least they got a pick back.
I feel like that's when you ult. Okay, is anything going to happen here? On kind of living life on the edge.
Arrow, all flashed away from Baytron jumping in. He ults into Shun in the backline, but Elk's here. They're going to get defensive ult off. Baytron has to ult himself. Chains corruption in a choke, always effective. Shun does survive the extended trade though, which is good, but TT again, Lyric, they are starting to use their range well.
And also BLG, I mean, this was a problem for on back in the day on the likes of Suning, on the likes of Weibo, where going too far forward to find vision by himself, oversteps, gets picked off. You know, we just come from a replay, so I don't know what information they were working with in terms of where TT was showing on the map. But it didn't look like TT were showing anywhere on the map. It looked like they were potentially coming out from resets, which makes it an even more kind of egregious mistake to make on the side of On, and will lead TT to finding a much-needed dragon, stopping the stacking from that one and maybe buying them some time to find more mistakes.
But it almost gets stolen away. In fact, base one's dead from it. So Lyric in that is shown. No Lamb's Respite, instead plays it close to the chest. They do get a kill.
I have a question real quick, though.
Please.
You know, is the feed becoming slightly showy for you as well?
No, it could just be you. Are you Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto? Is that your experience?
I might be, because suddenly Bin is like taking a turret and then he is recalling in mid lane.
Do start moving your arms. If you can do the robot, it's a sign. That's what's happening. Also, what is the song? Are there any songs about robots? Like, hang on. Songs about robots. Apart from the one I just...
Here, while you look for that, we'll see here how Beichuan... I mean, they just come out with the pinch on him. Getting taken down is... Suddenly he's there for me, and then he is not. Huanfeng able to follow up with some nice damage on the way out. But still, BLG... Oh, wait. Stairs, we might have a...
Bin is not in mega range. They're going to burn TP, but look, he's still not dead. The arrow flies through. It's too early. Bin's about to go mega as well. TT, get out of there! As the shock blast misses well, Beichuan takes my advice, and BLG bring the cavalry in. Lyric, we've been talking about that all in. We said the draft revolves around it. As soon as BLG group up and they act like Tony Soprano and his captains, TT need to respect that.
Yeah, TT still having nothing that can really make them get in range. Huanfeng is really going to have to do so much in this game, along with Hoya, but we haven't seen Hoya even group up with the team just yet. It's all about looking for side lane. Is Moonlight Vigil a little bit to try to chunk Huanfeng out.
Chains of Corruption do come in, and there's no minion wave there, so Yigao takes a bit of damage under turret, but Elk does have red buff, and he's got a Bloodthirster, so no worries there. Hoya at least getting something on the side of the map. It's going to be TT's first turret as well, while their bottom and mid lane are getting threatened hard.
Trying to at least keep up and find any semblance of gold they can, but not even going to commit fully to the split push inside. Going to go for the reset now as another turret down for BLG. What would be a word for this game?
Loving.
It is loving.
Yeah.
Where's the love?
That's what pickoffs are, you know? Whenever you kill someone in League of Legends, you're sending a message. If you're not playing in OCE, you're sending a message, right? That you respect people, you love playing with people in League. League is a positive, loving game. Everywhere except OCE. And I feel like, Lyric, people don't understand that the true message of, you know, wrestling with one another, scrambling for fights like this is love. Zen has played on, sets up the Galio Hero's entrance, and Galio has just experienced the full hug of BLG. Shun's ulti is beautiful, though. His Lamb's Respite keeps him alive on the all-in of TT and Elk. Gets him even with the flash away. Beichuan with the wasted summoner. And BLG just showing massive hearts like TT did when they came in at the start of the game.
I was going to say, if this is love, I mean, this game's starting to look like Valentine's Day for TT because BLG just keeps sprinkling it on. Hoya, ooh, think you're going to get punished?
I think he's dead. Yep.
Back.
Varus arrow, it ain't world, baby. So BLG get Baron, and 4 marks, even though Shun hasn't had too many this game. This Kindred's also in charge, quietly enough. 61 CS over. Lyric, look at the replay again because BLG went for this while Shun just delayed the inevitable.
They go straight onto the back line. Lamb's Fight comes out to make sure that the 2 members dedicating damage to him aren't really doing it. And it gives enough time for the rest of BLG to come with the turnaround and really just run them down. Doesn't matter Flash. Elk still having that damage to follow you. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. In terms of what he even hope to contest this, I mean, you're kind of relying on a mistake from me, right? You're hoping on, once again, Vision, which, I mean, if they were in their jungle right now, potentially they could have picked him off. But throwing out, again, those arrows from Huanfeng, getting Accelerate Shot Blast, and whittling them down fast enough before they can come with an engage. But whenever Solar flares up, I feel like that is just so hard, especially because On is showing, like here now, he's just so willing to walk right at TT, absorb damage, as long as he can guarantee some of the CC follows through.
As long as Elk is there to capitalize as well. Ulti time. UCal again. Oh, Medusa slapped against the wall. This must be the Spartan unit. As now going forward, Elk, he made a grave mistake. You guys know the answer with the Gale Force already burns out and a jungler dead again. Phase 1, 0 and 5. Not having the best of it, but BLG continue to soar.
Not even having to use his flash despite playing so far forward. I mean, we said, right, it was going to be a slow burn. BLG definitely favored to win. And you hit on the stakes. Just getting towards that 8 series win streak. 9 has been what's able to guarantee you in the playoffs so far. So for BLG, who, if I remember correctly, don't really have the worst schedule left. Actually, it's not the easy schedule either. Oh, what? Bin's dead. You know what? Bin's been dead 100 times before. So BLG after this have TS, IG, and OMG. So actually, top of the table team and then other mid-table squads. So
true.
Yeah. Won't be the easiest time as we see how Bin went down.
But he's wearing a top hat. What monster could kill Nah? Like, if there was a Nah in real life, man, I'd let Nah crash at my place. I don't know if you'd, is he like a dog? I don't know. I don't know if Nah's like that. We'll find out. Baseline, he's set up for this pick onto Yagao. A good shield of Duran, but he's still dead. Yagao, bit of damage on the back end, but that was Chain's corruption. Or rather, just a Cassiopeia tail that looked like a Varus ulti. Coming out of that one, Lyric, good pick when TT are against the wall.
Honestly, BLG just making enough mistakes for TT to be able to have a semblance of hope for them to, you know, they don't know if they're in a tunnel or not. They know it's dark where they are. They can hear some sounds coming from a distant direction. So what FT are in right now, BLG are letting them know that it is possible to get out.
I don't know what those sounds are, though. Because if I'm TT, it could be like a horror show, right? Are you really going to walk that direction? Oh my god, mounting dread. E on Kindred is insane. On, excuse me, Elk actually running forward, getting some good damage on the ulti. On is here by the wing without a soul flare, but still with a threat at the center of the blade. BLG going to heal this one up, and the push will continue in as Yukal. Looking for an ulti, but he's spotted out.
BLG shouldn't be able to get anything here, and Hoya's doing a great job of pulling pressure towards spot side to where Yagao has to go and answer, and that's not really what this comp wants to do, right? This comp doesn't want to be pulled up, and if it does, you want Bin the one to be there answering in response and actually able to keep up. Yagao definitely a tool to kill some of these picks, but should wrapping around the long way, they've still been angling for a pick this whole time.
He's ignoring the mark. That's how you know this guy is a true brother jungler. Onto Hoya. They're trying to force out his ulti. He flashes over the wall. BLG, where is the contingency plan? Well, his name starts with E and ends with K. This guy, he's ready to turn on. Now, Jace is in this brush. Solar Flare. Oh! So
just barely
missed! That was the end of the brush for Hoya.
And look at the minimap. That actually bought so much time. Yukal pushing out in top, then pushing out waves in mid, getting some vision control down in the enemy jungle. Like, the fact that that didn't work out, sure, again, it might not be any huge game-changing wins, but you continuously buy time for TT under the belt. And also, like, when a game is prolonged, even if BLG do win out even later on in terms of scaling, you are giving yourself more times for someone to, you know, go down, to get like the cheeky fog of war play that we saw Hoya able to find earlier, chances for those to be able to come on through.
Cassiopeia will continue doing more damage. I'm not sure what the third item is there, as I'm seeing, you know, Garen's Mighty Shield in the inventory. But
is that what you call it?
I mean, Garen doesn't have a shield. He's got a two-handed sword because that thing's heavy. As On gets targeted. There's the ulti. Now, this is a Leona who brings in a Galio. TT, were you really sure about this? Beitron, as he gets away, Bin now on the threat. They've used Beitron's ulti, not the longest cooldown, but his flash is now down. Everything for Mr. On.
Still feeling comfortable just pushing forward. This is where we can start to see the poke really take over again, as long as they can't get in range. Accelerated Sean Blast. We've seen how much Huanfeng especially is able to do. The problem is, I don't know if TT can ever get in a position comfortable enough where they can like pivot onto an objective. They would actually need to actively kill a key member of BLG. And BLG are the ones who don't have pressure that they feel. They're the ones on solo. Even if you get to a situation where TT are on Dragon first, you could even potentially just pivot to a Baron off that. You have a Kindred, you have an Aphelios. You burn neutrals so damn fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kindred, especially now with Infinity Edge second. Shun has hit a mark where that crit is huge, especially with the Mounting Dread, guys. Mounting Dread, excuse me. That 1, 2, 3 is big bam. Thank you, ma'am. TT now running in, but All they have to do is get whammed here by On. The Soul Flare comes through, buys the time, and down it goes Bin. About to go on to Mega Knight. You're in a choke. The ulti, really not that great, but the follow-up should be better as Bates on the target. But hang on a minute. BLG aren't all here. Elk only over the wall. They'll find themselves Bates one, but they get a response. Yagao drops down, and BLG not as clean with the pivot as you would have liked.
I feel like Ben was pretty hesitant there because he had flash up. He could have found a huge monstrous ulti.
True.
But maybe thinking like, hey, the team isn't close enough to where they'd be able to follow up. Like maybe I get bursted out too quickly. I don't know. But had you connected it on the multiple members, it really feels like that would have been BLG's team fight to just clean up and, you know, maybe take an inhibitor, pivot back to a dragon, and really just bring this lead even further forward. No jungle on the side of TT, so BLG, they want to look for this fight.
That's it. They know that dragon's there. Get away from it, they say. One man Aphelios ulti, but it's Yao Yao, and he's just dead. Elk gets the range that he needs as Ben is shoved back by Hoya. And just like that, BLG will get themselves an Ocean Soul. And in fact, Huan Feng should be next up. He's run up against a dead turret and a Mega Data B. Taken by Ben. Picks up his first kill of this game as with an Ocean Soul. This team is running at home.
And I mean, hey, Baitron came in and their strat was to punish Shun, but he's been the one taking a fair brunt of the punishment. Hell, I highlighted Baitron, Yao Yao, and Yukao as the players to watch on this team, and Yao Yao and Baitron really being the ones who've gotten singled out so far and consistently being feasted on by BLG, who are now even threatening inhibitors.
There's a flash. This could be the final moment. Soulflare not going to connect, but the hero's entrance just obliterates Yao Yao. TT support dead. One Fong's got 5 seconds. Elk does that much damage. That one Nexus turret is going to find its way into the grave as well. Minion wave being cleared out. The Baron buff utilized well, but they have Ocean Soul. The poke out from TT, so much less meaning in it as now for the last engage. Shun jumps in away from Hoya, tries to cut it out. BLG want to finish it all here. TT will go back to their fountain as, ladies and gentlemen, Finn finally gets that flash ulti we're waiting for. A triple over to Elk, who's had an exquisite game. And BLG, apart from some minor errors, will make this a good-looking game 1.
TT versus BLG. Hysterics named it. It's the ending of Angel Beats. As we're not quite there yet. We're not quite as impressed as TT getting slammed. So they're probably feeling pretty down right now. But again, like, what an uncharacteristically non-LPL game. Very slow.
Sure.
BLG, I mean, some mistakes coming on through. Again, a lot of it being kind of positioning on the map, like whenever you're looking for a certain objective and not being on the stage in terms of like your 5 stacks spread across and how you get towards your next goal. TT were able to find some punishes to be able to stop the bleeding. But at the same time, you could just see how do they prevent BLG from being able to just walk up and get on top of them. Even if you like chunk one member to half HP, suddenly then Leona traverses the distance, Galio follows through with his ulti, multi-man knock-up, and you just have so many ways of dealing damage when you have, I mean, even like multiple carries, right? Kindred, Aphelios, so many things you have to worry about. We see as well, once it finds a lead, it can so easily take Dragons and Barons with the fact that you have those 2 marksmen online. And falling behind without really anything that could just safely vision or like help you contest to get space back, it just makes it even worse than if you had like a Scion or this or that other thing to try to find a comeback mechanism.
Every single time TT walked in, their outro to the fight was flashing, was losing a kill, like Baitron every time. You hit the money that maybe with the draft here for TT, maybe it needs to be something safer, it needs to be something, you know, more angled towards front to back with, I guess, less moving parts, right?
It needs to be less punishing.
Yeah. Because if they fall behind, they fall way behind, right? Like, we needed 3 winning lanes, essentially. Or at least 2.5.
100%. You wanted to see them get ahead. We had Cryo and Bot. You wanted to see enabling of mid even more. The problem was that we had those skirmishes start from a very early point in that bot side river where TT wanting to contest that Drake, which I understand when we're saying, hey, they should have some stronger isolated lanes. They should have pushes. They should be able to contend. Still, that doesn't mean you're going to be stronger as an overall group. They could have been a bit more patient, waited for things like Baitron and Yao Yao's ults to come online, maybe even Chains of Corruption, and then start linking up. Get information with the Hawk shot. Oh, we now know where Shun is. We now have so many different ways of locking down whatever lane he isn't in and trying to set up for a kill to come forward. So it does feel like they got a little bit ahead of themselves early on in terms of trying to contest to be in the single avenue they were strong, and they got punished.
And again, look for TT. We talked a lot about the moving parts that do work consistently on this team. The likes of jungle, the likes of support. We didn't really see that sync up, and it's a shame. So hopefully after this break for game number 2, it's not going to be like, you know, the ending of season 1 to Attack on Titan or Tokyo Ghoul, for example.
Why is it a weeb day today? Why are we being so weeby?
I don't know. To be fair, BLG, you know, do have a video service. And
hey, don't worry. But I got this. Hey, guys, we'll be right back after this break. I stopped the stage from talking about anime.
작살이나요. 그래서 그럼 여기서 한번 승부수 결단을 내린 건가요? 상대의 마음은 상대가 쳐주면 넘어와 밑으로. 캐리야! 아니 방금 캐리야 이 체계도 뭐예요? 캐리어가.
But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante
What?
back into the play. All out, pulls better.
Yeah?
No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Auto go down as well.
One more
Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yaku.
Puede ser una opción de Infinity de quedarse con la teamfight.
Igual no están tanto en problemas, aunque ahora sí Kobe muerto.
No, se va a salvar de milagro. Atención con esto. Cerito contra la pared de Isamini. El Rhythmic se mete en el medio de todos. Sacrificar al débil. Se muere Cerito. No lo puede matar. Doble asesinato para el top laner coreano de la escuadra de Six. Es una locura. Tenemos penta, me vuela, penta, me vuela. Pentakill para Mining. Y esto que se termina, mi querido Diego.
Y con esta jugada preciosa por parte de Six Karma.
일단 시간이라도 한번 벌어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요.
든든히 잘 맞았어요 앞에서.
그리고 바로 들어가. 라스칼 황스칼. 아니 라스칼이. 와.
아니 라스칼의 발목에 무슨 저게 뭐예요?
というところまで繋がっていくので、できればやりたくないんですよね。
ですからこういう風にして、ミッドレーンだったりボットレーンでいると。さあボディスラムフラッシュイン、さあレベル6タイミング、帰国収集、しかしショックウェーブでめぐみん返していきます。あっとタワーのアグロがワンスに入ってそこを狙ってめぐみんが抑える。さあイグナイトをつけましたが自身にシールド展開。さらにはポーションでギリギリ死なず。
Love this from EG. Jojo gonna stick around in range as well, but here goes initiation.
Oh, Boogie wanted to go for the Q flash, but he does not connect to the FBI, and he had to use the ulti immediately after, but time is already about to die, and Jojo gets him. Now Turtle's gonna try to kite it out. TSM have been absolutely crushed. Holy hell!
Disgusting from evil geniuses, and a quadra kill for Jojo.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo, Fring can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
下场对上 TT 战队嘛，然后我觉得注意的话就是注意他们的中野联动嘛，然后因为 TT 绝对核心应该就是Yuka吧，赛程也来到后半程了嘛，我觉得这赛季自己的发挥还是有很多不足吧，然后就是状态起伏有点上下吧，在后面的比赛就把自己的部分做好吧，然后不要犯困吧。
I love it again. Egal pretty much says that every split. You know, I've had ups and downs. It's like, yeah, well, a lot of players have Egal. Hasn't been that bad. I mean, honestly, let's look at BLG as a whole. They've been still in the upper echelon, and this split Lyrica. I didn't get who MVP was out of that. It just
I think it was
went past
on,
my brain.
if I heard correctly, which I also think would make sense from the impact he had. He really had to be the defining member for BLG to be able to win this game. The engages coming out consistently, getting on top of the members of TT. We heard it there from Egal that mid jungle he feels like are the core members, especially indexing into UCal. And yeah, especially shutting down Beichuan was one thing On did really well. Always getting his way on top of the enemy jungle and the enemy team overall.
Dude, these engages beautiful. You talked about it in game. Sacrifice his own life to set up the successful play many different times. This is why On was great on Leona when, you know, he had to fill in that sword art role. When on Suning, they tried to continue to develop. And I think actually, Lyric, Huanfeng used to be the AD carrier bomb, did he not? So
yeah, so
like yeah,
know
going
each
up
other
against his old AD.
incredibly well, and not exactly punishing Huanfeng. Huanfeng was one of the people who actually did manage to survive a lot of these engages coming through. We highlighted a lot of times it was top and jungle and mid. Jungle and support. God, why do I keep getting this wrong? Jungle and support going down
right.
in this case. As, yeah, looking at game 2, we are going to have a swap of sides coming in, which is a little bit surprising. Like, for TT, their stronger side has actually been their red side, where they have a positive win rate. They don't have that on blue. And for BLG, like, now BLG are going to red. BLG's red side has also been much stronger. 13-7. Their blue is 5, I guess now 6-8 coming on in. And I feel like a lot of that's down to how BLG is able to utilize their big champion pools. On has been able to play anything and willing to play anything. That's been like a trend over the years. We look at Yagao. He's brought out so many different picks. Elk is one of our 80 carries who, what is he at? Like 12, 13 different 80 carries, which typically in this meta, you look at people, even like Ruler, one of our standouts, have kept their pool much more limited. But Elk has been someone who's been ready and rearing to really test the limits, to bring out any pick if the situation calls for it.
So anyone on BLG can go any direction, anytime, and TT know that. Look, they've gotten 3 strong picks off the board for both solo laners and Shun from his jungle game last game with the Kindred as well. So different direction as Gragas gets taken off, but Zeri, Lucian, Lyric, they're both up and available. The usual stuff here is TT might be setting up for that strong 2v2 bottom lane again.
I'm also surprised they take away both the Kindred and the Galio. I feel like you really would only need to index one ban into one of those picks. Now, the Annie signals to me that they would want the Aphelios, so BLG might just look to take that away here. They do, that one being locked in incredibly fast, and I like it. Get the Vi in your hands this time around. Last time, it was denied by them. We hit on it. Most played champion by Shun the split, like 62% win rate, looking incredibly good. And now if TT decide to go with the Zeri, Vi being the answer into that. So BLG, I think, starting themselves off to a really strong start with the trap. Oh, mid lane Annie, already shown.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, it's just the flip around, I guess, for TT. I guess wanting to lock in the Lulu because you've already got an Aphelios on the other side, Lyric, so made sense. But, you know, On has shown that he's wanted to play engaged, that he's wanted to, again, set up some of the beautiful picks here for BLG. And Thresh, oh, thank you. It's been so long. Not many people play Thresh with Aphelios, and it used to be such a goated 2v2.
Yeah, we have been getting it a little bit more. It's been played like 4 or 5 times so far in the LPL, and a lot of those have been in these past few days. But nice to see this was the champion that On really came out and really started to show promise on. Right On, heavily criticized in his first split in the LPL, and honestly wasn't playing well. Like, it was fair criticism. But anytime he got his hands on Thresh, that was where it started to look pretty clean. Now for BLG, I like it taking away more jungle picks from the side of TT, because we were talking about the big champion pools for BLG. When it comes to Beichuan, he's played 5 junglers this split. He has really only kept it on like the cream of the crop, the Wukong, Sejuani, Vi, Maokai, and the Elites. And with them having that Annie, you would expect them to have wanted to go for like an AD option like the Wukong now, potentially. Beichuan either going to have to go deeper down his pool, or maybe even just say, hey, we feel fine even indexing into an AP jungler and just need Hoya on something strong in that top lane.
Like he was in game number 1. We're looking at BLG though for the time being. There he is. Oh, just know that if the tables were turned, I mean, Yagao would show them no mercy. Dude, this is a pick we've already seen. But again, BLG just playing with that big champion pool we talked about.
Yeah, a lot. That's going to give them a lot of zone control, a lot of range to be able to play with. Even more pick potential, right? Cage, Vi having multiple forms of CC, Death Sentence being online, Flay. So many ways to be able to lock the target down. And Renekton's going to be a champion that I think's really going to struggle to play into that. The box dropped, the cage dropped. But seems like it's something Hoya feels comfortable on to blind pick and still have a strong top side. Beichuan now going to go towards that Lee Sin, will be his first time playing at this split. And in my mind as TT, you're indexing into a lot of like early bursts and early strength and like Renekton, Lee Sin, and the top side. So we're going to be looking at the top side trio of TT to actually be able to get work done before the tremendous scaling and zone control of BLG comes online.
But on the other side, how do you run into that? Because look, they're already building range, thinking about what they can use as an all-in engage potential. He's going to be the Nara in the end. Lyric, there is a semblance of, I guess, fearsome skirmishing coming through from BLG in this game too.
I like what BLG put together once again. Aphelios, a champion who loves when like these melee champions have to run into him. The Renekton's, the Lee Sins especially. You have cages to be able to deal with them by space. You have a way to turn and lock down the Zeri once like the fight goes like past the initial stages, or even to start up a fight yourself if it ever goes too far forward. So BLG, I feel like once again have set themselves up for success in draft, barring that they don't give over too many of those individual oversteps and mistakes, which we saw in game 1 are still very possible. On the side of TT, I already spelled it out. I'd love to see some aggression coming out towards the top side of the map. Once Tibbers comes online, just Lee Sin, Annie comboing up, exploding the Veigar if they're able to close that distance, and really not allowing the Veigar Aphelios to come online and take over this game.
Well, I'm looking forward to either way, seeing how this develops in the 20-30 minutes it goes for, because BLG bringing out the Veigar, the Thresh comes through from On as well. And I feel like On has showcased a couple of classic games through his career in the LPL on this one too. On the other side, TT, he talked about at the top side of the map, he's going to be pivotal here in the early game. Transition them through and get Huanfeng and Yao Yao to the point they need to be here on Seri Lulu. TT with an adaptation, and we'll see how well they use it here as we jump onto Summoner's Rift. Both teams looking for their 8th win in the LPL this split. Both teams looking for that safety net, that 8 often gives in splits. It's not a guaranteed lock into playoffs, but it gets to that point where when we get tiebreakers, when we get game differences, 8 makes a hell of a difference in the long runners. On's going to drop a ward, CTT in bot. And that's the first little kill going over to Yao Yao.
Look, if I want to spell out the way I want these teams to play out in the simplest of ways, it's that if this is Bloom's TD6, TT are investing in their dart monkey, right? They want to get the darts. They want to get especially that third path. They want to get to the crossbow as soon as possible because it's very cheap, very inexpensive, but strong on the board. To where for the side of BLG, they're saving it up for the super monkey. They're going the route of like the sun god, the temple that just destroys everything around it. So we got sun tempered monkey versus little crossbow on the opposite side, which you're gonna get that crossbow monkey first. So TT, you gotta get there first.
See, if I was looking at it in Warcraft 3 terms, right? Like, and I was looking at, say...
You have been grinding. Every time I swear I'm on Discord, I see you play Warcraft 3.
I may be playing tower defenses, like line tower wars, bit of green circle tower defense. Legion tower defense, what everyone plays these days, I don't know, it's okay, but...
Yeah, I agree.
Dude,
it's kind of mid.
It would be like a Winter Mall, maze for me, that analogy. That ward missed. Okay, nice job, cameraman. Again, just backing up. Yeah, it would kind of be like, like getting Arthas early on, I think, as well, and then just taking over. You don't really leak anything from there, so... I don't know, guys. I hope that helps out either Lyric or my own. One of them.
The only time... I played Warcraft 3 decently recently in a custom game, and it was some, like, Michael Jackson game where Michael Jackson is... I'm not going to go down that fast.
Oh, God. Maybe not.
We said it. Jugglers both passing down towards the bot side. Maybe just wanting to enable Huanfeng and Yao Yao off to a nice early start. Lean down with Yukao as well. Make sure Shun isn't able to find anything early on if Huanfeng and Yao Yao do get this push out like they're looking for. And then, like I said, it's a lot about playing up towards soul lanes in my mind, using the fact that you have these strong burst champions to be able to go off of. BLG, I feel like it's a bit simpler. You're going to have your opportunities early on. You have that set that up towards that bot side, so that's why we see Shun down towards there. But even just making sure, getting some vision down and some information, and knowing where Beichuan is, in my mind, is a win for BLG.
Again, getting vision is going to be important, but on the bottom side, they won't have any of that for the time being. BLG haven't been able to get anything in River, but they have been able to spot Beichuan out with a little scrying plant from Shun. As he finds Beichuan, it's another win for BLG then on that regard. Blue buff being threatened, but not taken. Beichuan just setting up a scuttle and continuing to hop between bot, and give priority to these lanes. So far, no big CS lead apart from maybe mid lane here with about 5 over to Yukao. But it seems like the wave is thinning out, so we'll have to see what actually happens towards mid. Note that Yugao actually burned TP Lyric. He got a cheeky back and picked up a tier early on.
I think good, right? Get that stacking as fast as possible. Get your mana online so you can really just start spamming your spells. And he knows he's not really looking to do all too much in this laning phase. It's TT the one's feeling pressure, which is why they went for that kind of lean towards bot side. Make sure you get the Scuttle Crab. Make sure you get set up to where you have some vision down to where Shun can't really play around. I'd say the only super easy lane to try to set up for with the Death Sentence. Of course, you always can look mid as well. You have the cage to actually be able to, once again, like, I guess not once again, to try and lock you Cal down for at least half as long as TT locked him down for in last game.
Gank time though. Beitron coming towards mid. Yagao has himself the event horizon, so this might get hard, but Sonic Wave needing to connect. That's the first part. Flush away. Yagao doesn't even put it out, and Beitron gets what he came for at least.
So one thing checked off the list of what we wanted to see, some pressure put towards Soul Lane so far. That's going to give you a potential repeat play to go down. UCal not even having to burn flash, like not overcommitting to try to set something up, means that they will have that commitment available for when you have, you know, your ult online, or you get a reset off, you come back with more items to be able to go for that burst.
Lyric though, On's going to see Beitron on the bottom side in the meanwhile. This could get a bit sticky. All it takes is one hook here and On finds it, but no one's nearby. That's the only problem. However, with that, Beitron has to pull off Dragon. He's a bit scared.
Question mark things coming out around the bot side jungle, so expecting Shun to be close by. I don't know if he got spotted by that control ward that they had out or what, but at least whether it was getting spotted or just having an inkling, they know and they stop. So good job by TT to be able to realize that one. Again, I want to keep my eyes on how the situation develops in mid. We also have a control ward in bot side for BLG, so trying to find avenues where they can constantly bring Shun down, but not going to turn into anything so far. So for BLG, they're just going to look to turn this into a dragon.
My question to you is, what champion do you miss the most? What do you miss out of pro play? Out of any champion in League of Legends?
So, I can't, if it's a champion, I'm going to say Vex, because I actually love Vex, my favorite champion, but I don't feel like that's, I'd rather say metas, because it was season, I believe it was season 6 summer to season 7 spring, where we had like the top lane, Echo, GP, Gnar, like all coming out, really fun on the top lane, and then especially once we moved to the Varus, Jhin, Ashe, Zyra, Misfortune, Malzahar support. Like, in my mind, it was so fun because at level 6, there was literally always an engage. Every single time, both are like Malzahar flashing forward. You have, you know, Enchanted Crystal Arrow going out on top of like Zyra ulti. It was just so much action. It was beautiful.
That's a good answer. I feel like more action in the laning phase and like a guaranteed look in is great for short periods. Longer, though, becomes predetermined. You know, like when we saw Lucian Nami, at first people were like, oh, I really find the level 3 interesting of Lucian Nami because the all-in does this and this. And people are like, oh, cool. Lucian Nami at level 3, poggies. And then you get to this point where you're like, dude, it's level 3 Lucian Nami. Oh, here we go. It's not doing what it's supposed to. You just kind of get in that monotonous nature of waiting for something to happen.
I do also like when there's variety, like I think it was season 4 spring, where you still had, I think Deathfire Grass was still in the game at that point, or it either just been taken out, something like that. But you still had like LeBlanc, you had like, you know, Glass Cannon, AP Gragas, you had all these like aggressive picks in mid lane, but you also had teams that would just play Ziggs, like Complexity with their 80-minute game, which becomes so unenjoyable that it is enjoyable.
I miss Kha'Zix and Rengar. That's what I'll say. I like the Kha'Zix plays and how you have to be quite innovative in finding your angles. I feel like Rengar is just one of the most fun champions to watch as well. We have seen it in the LPL.
Going, woo,
oh, yeah.
Those were good times.
Well, I mean, also the Fiddlesticks on that note too is something that old Fiddlesticks I miss. I think I miss Fiddlesticks in general. I'd be happy if Fiddlesticks came back to pro play. He's actually pretty good in solo queue right now. At least he was in 13.3. I'm not sure how that developed, but maybe one day his Elk can be in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we have everything available. He's got Sephiroth, by the way. Turns into Crescendum. The hook landing as well. Elk's still going to get his Crescendum stacking up onto Beitron. Nice hook from On. One Fong has to back away as well and pay that respect. And just like that, as he gets chased down, Elk keeps landing. Hook after hook, shock after shock, and on. Follows this up, looking for yet another engage.
And I get what they were looking for, right? They thought they had a timing where Elk was all by himself, and they could look for that read. But I don't really understand the point of. Ooh, you be careful on.
Ignite down stops it. He's going to stick around while
look,
Plating is in serious threat.
Yeah, Shun's here. Shun has his ult online. He has Rift Herald. They can just look for this.
Wow,
Getting
and
a
the
ton of
crescendo.
gold onto Elk.
All it takes is Elk to walk up to the turret near melee range, and it's going to go down. Now, TT looking to defend this as Elk shares in the bounty of turret plating. Aphelios not only up 10 CS, but the threat is here. Funfong and Yaya are going to be able to stick around for the end of this wave and maybe the next one, but Lyric, things are going real well for BLG's bot now.
They really are. And again, I don't really understand TT thinking that playing around bot, finding these opportunities is really the play. I guess wanting to shut Elk down from getting too big and relieve the pressure that Wanfong and Yaya are like playing with. But at the same time, you have the connecting up the top side, which can set up really easily with the slice and dice into the W, stun down a Mininar, bring the burst from Beichuan, maybe even lean mid to try and get UCal to come up as well. I feel like there's so many more potential opportunities, whether in top, in mid, trying to use like cryo from top or mid to get into the enemy jungle. There's just so many more plays are available to where we saw for bot side, it's so easy for On to be able to come, influence that, and make sure that Elk's under no harm when you don't really have a significant of burst in that 3v2.
This is going to be 4 plates. Elk just has to walk up one more time, and Bob is literally your uncle.
Yeah. Elk right now, he's playing the game of life.
Whoa.
He went to college. Is he a gal? He's fine.
Great analogy and great flash.
But the point is, he got
back
offered
again.
the career. That's $120,000 yearly salary, which I think is the highest you can get offered at the first cornerstone of getting offered a job.
I've got the Simpsons version of Game of Life, so that's Mr. Burns' salary. Absolutely dead on the money. Gal, he doesn't have flash, but he's in a lot of trouble. Beichuan's about to come in. Flash kick available. Good kite away. Gal survives, and all that pressure again. TT have tried to gank. Now 2 different lanes.
Just stay here. BLG are just going to keep hammering down this bot lane.
He's up again.
Wanfong and Yao Yao getting no relief, just outright taking this turret from 2v2, but also, I love that Shun realizes he doesn't even necessarily need to commit to a gank. Him just hovering around denies Wanfong or Yao Yao being able to like aggressively try to contest this, and lets Elk and On just keep hammering away at this bot lane.
He's gone through a whole gun rotation again. Beichuan, it is a trap, isn't it? Death sentence followed through. The flay gives fake movement, but Shun flashes in. Ignite's still ticking down. A worthy attempt. However, Beichuan still gets out. We still have no death. And Lyric, I'm starting to think that no one wants to die.
No, and you know, one of the things we said coming into the day was like, looking at the fact that BLG on paper is stronger laners than TT, can they win out heavy and bot? Went out top, and they've been doing both. Again, Shun's been supplementing it, and they, nope, not going to find anything here either. I don't know if I can talk, because On and Elk are just playing so far forward. They just want something for them. I don't want them to go the marriage route. I want them to go the adopting the pet route if they do go down, you know, the like.
Is that the options? You either get married or you adopt a dog.
Well, it's you get married or you get a pet.
Okay.
I don't think you get to pick the pet. I think it's random. You pull from like a little. You just kind of like pull out a little token. It's a cat or a dog.
We're talking about real life or League of Legends?
We're talking about Game of Life.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, no, I'm with it. Okay.
Or you go down the economical path, and you know you potentially get offered a house, trying to sell it for more later.
True.
Cage comes out.
Zoom in, and he's got nowhere to go. However, Bin, the delays there, unfortunately, are UCal. Great pathing, but at 13 minutes, we finally get first blood.
BLG been keeping up the pressure really well, but it's kind of crazy to think that this is our first kill of the game so far. And it just looks like, once again, BLG just have TT figured out. TT not able to get anything going that they've really tried to set up for so far. And I guess it kind of makes sense, because even now, even this one, I feel like Yao Yao's best looks have been on engaged supports. Things like Nautilus surprisingly tied for his most played, even in this split, even in the meta that we've had so far this year. When you're not having the map movement, enabling UCal, it just isn't there for TT.
I like that Elk is just getting more plating. He just got 2 more mid. Oh,
Man's
damn.
rich.
He's big. Hey, I
Yeah.
just want to add in, you know what I miss? I miss the Kale Kaiser comps in 2019 World. That was sick because Kaiser would ult in, and then especially with teams like IG at the time, they would ult, like Jackie Love would get ulted, and so he was a nuke Kaiser
That
who
was
just
that,
ran
that,
in.
the famous
Um,
play was around bot lane, right? Remember correctly?
It was.
Oh.
Hey, Boy is dead. He's got dominance.
Boy is dead.
Should he? Got him. Here comes Finn, flash in, hop, ha-ha! Yeah, Hoyer's still alive somehow.
Yeah, buys time, but they do get a TP in the end. Death sentence comes through.
Oh, ripperonis. Yao Yao's dead. What a dodge from Elf. What a sidestep with Gale for base one. Just head in his hand, surely. BLG are playing with him, Lyric.
Man, I don't know what it is about TT Game 2s where they just end up getting completely stomped, just like their last series. BLG, though, they are on fire. I can't wait till we get to see the gold comparisons, especially between these AD carries, because a majority of BLG's gold lead has to just be hammered home into L, who's very close to, oh no.
God,
Okay.
every time. And they're trying to pull him into the event horizon. And UCal will get stunned up, but Lyric still... God, it's a 3K gold lead. All of a sudden, BLG have just been amassing that gold. What happened top? Did Bin die? Bin died, didn't he? Yep. A dinosaur died to a 6-year-old.
You know, not far off if you think about, you know, evolution. Dinosaurs are gone. 6-year-olds
True.
exist.
Sure. We are on top of the food chain. If dinosaurs were here, we would shred them. We'd be putting them in zoos and probably eating them up like cows, let's be real. I wonder what do you ever wonder what dinosaurs would have tasted like? Is Hoyer has to flash away
Here's the
from
question.
the event
What
horizon.
do you think would be the optimal method of dinosaur?
Oh, on the barbecue for sure. T-Rex on the barbecue. You just got to get 10 million of them. As you're about to die. Would anyone like to know the answer? I can tell in the future. Yukao. I can hear the audience going, oh no. Hoyer is going to dodge away. Yukao needs a bit of help. No one nearby. And Vega dies to Yukao. So another good one is, meanwhile.
I just want to say, though, it took 7. We finally saw, hey, we have Annie. We have Connected. We have Lee Sin. Gets the kick.
But Elk is still big. Now the problem is you've got to kill him fast because he's got backup. Elk now puts the turret down. The cameraman is so zoomed in. He's like, I love Elk. Well, cameraman, I can zoom closer. Let's go to his pixels.
He's a full item up, has the Bloodthirster, severed Crescendo, he's able to sustain up, and just with the help of Shun, it is enough to off-put.
Oh my God. Beautiful on MVP in game number 1, Lyric. He's arcing up for a double.
I am up for on Thresh just whenever it's open. I always forget how many great Thresh players we have in the league since spawning on the meta, but really the signature champion for so many of our players here. And already breaking open an inhibitor turret at 17 minutes in the game. Just huge. We're going to see here. Big finds it, gets the Sonic Wave, Warthog with a flash to get the kick, but has 2 items. Shendam even coming up at the perfect time.
Yeah.
Has Bloodthirster there. Shun being the one to buy a lot of the space for him to just consistently go for these autos. So what we're seeing here is kind of just the stat dip and a lot of the work put in from the huge lead they followed up on. I mean, hell, Elk's halfway to his 3rd item. One Bung's not even on his 2nd.
We talked about this guy being the core carrier BLG at the start of the show. As this is TT's moment, though, with the Sonic Wave in too deep. He's hit by a Thresh death sentence, and death is sentenced to base 1, and maybe now the rest of TT. One Bong caught an event horizon. Someone needs to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, how does TT get out of this space mojo that's been created by BLG?
It's rough. It is rough, and this is honestly one of TT's 2 quote-unquote easier matchups left. They still have top Esports and EDG that they have to play in this split. So you were really hoping for a win here. Okay, we get the Renekton Annie. Again, I just wish we would have seen this earlier in the game before it got out of hand.
Oh, Hoy is trying for Bin, but this is a big chase up. Look who's coming in.
Oh, no.
The boys. Elk, a mode out, brother. An Inferno Moonlight Vigil. I'll be holding a candle for TT after this game, number 2. UCal, better be lead dropping 2 as well. 5-0-3, 8 out of 10 kill participation. Big league gaming are here to play.
This definitely feels like one of the ones where, you know, if you were able to surrender still in League of Legends, and TT did, that you couldn't even be mad at them. You couldn't, even as a fan, you just couldn't be, you know? It's so rough, right? Almost a 10K gold lead, 20 minutes in. Like, sure, you still have the Zeri that theoretically, if this game went 50 minutes, I still don't think that's enough. Just from, again, I feel like the composition BLG is just so much stronger than what TT ended up indexing into. A lot of that feeling like the second half of the draft. And now, I just can't wait to see how early of a Baron we get from BLG. That's what I want to know. How early of a Baron do we get? Do they get the Baron? Do they just kill all of TT? Do they kill all of TT and get the Baron? Do they start like pulling up their delivery app and ordering dinner while they're doing it? What's the process?
What do they order for dinner? Let's go a little bit deeper here. Like, do BLG think, well, we had hot pot the other night, maybe we could go for like some sausage sangers or something like that?
Look,
I remember in Shanghai, not easy to get.
Back when I was team side, a lot of times after a long day of games, you do just default to Macca's.
Oh, Macca's, yeah, as you do, mate, as BLG. Bin almost gets caught out here with a Sonic Wave. Baitron holds on to the kick, or rather burns it, but holds on to the flash. Didn't have it available, never mind, excuse me, as Baron goes down. And now BLG look for the turn. On wants another death sentence here, but TT are already out there, but Baron just goes down as easy as that.
TT's still hanging around mid lane. Death sentence. You know, I feel like after
the biggest question, Lyric. The biggest question is, what dinosaur would you cook? Because all I care about is who is the most plump. You know what I mean? And I feel like those little ones from Jurassic Park that, you know, kill Newman from Seinfeld. I forgot the actor's name, but those little ones, I mean, they're a pain.
You know,
but things that are a pain always taste good.
They don't even, like, there aren't even dinosaurs anymore, and for some reason I still feel morally bad about talking about eating them. Yeah, it just feels wrong. What, like, you actually don't know. What if they existed and they're just like cute little house pets? Like, what dinosaurs are actually adorable, like cats?
Get a Stegosaurus named Larry. What a guy. Guess what? Well, he's dead. BLG are in the base. TT, where are you going? TT, oi, get back to base. UCal is going to get stunned, but they just have to stand there. Look, this game might be over. The series might be over. TT, I mean, how are you going to stop this game from ending right here? Around the last Nexus turret, BLG playing with their food. Maybe they are the dinosaurs here. And the human beings are getting cornered, circled. That looks like a zoo that's around Huanfeng right now.
The laughs coming out from members like Shun, just knowing how far ahead they are. Bin wanting to keep going. Bin just wants this to be done right now.
Won't be hard. BLG, are you going to hit the Nexus or are we going to fight? That's the question. Zon gets himself a nice piece on the end of his stick. Base one again. Death sentence. The cooldown so low when you hit it. Q after Q after Q. Elk now runs forward. The Nexus lays bare. BLG with a 2-0 here, folks. In dominant fashion, whichever way you put it. TT, they were the prey in this series. And BLG, being the Predators, played such a beautiful series of League of Legends in 22 minutes. In Game 2, they move up to 8, and BLG are continuing to show us signs of brilliance.
BLG sitting on 8-5, like you said, now tied in series with the likes of OMG, even tied in games with OMG, I believe, after this one. Maybe they're one behind, assuming this is actually already updated, but still, tied with Waymo in terms of series, really keeping themselves a contender for those higher round seeds in the playoffs. For TT to go back to all the weaving we were doing earlier, it felt like their like early mid-split resurgence and run was like a solid anime, and like their latest series are like when you get the live action. And you know, the live action, sadly, even for video games, whether video games, animes, whatever, never good. almost never. Just can't compete. And sadly for TT, they need to transcend that. They need to get back to either animated or video game or comic book form, and yeah, go back to even just playing, like drafting better and playing to their compositions that they do draft. Like even if I liked what BLG had more in this game too, I don't even feel like TT were looking for the opportunities of like the champions that they picked to succeed at.
True. What were they looking for, Lyric? What were they looking for? Because it was just such a...
They were like wondering, I wonder, the Stegosaurus? T-Rex?
Oh, dude.
Head in the clouds.
TT are like, I probably can't show this, but it's too late. They're like Baby Yoda, right? This Baby Yoda on my glass actually disintegrated because I put it in the dishwasher. And, you know, I just felt like TT, I mean, they're such a great team. And this one especially, the development's been there. But it looked like a massive difference. And it's not even, I don't think it's relative of where these two teams are in the skill standings. I think BLG just had a fantastic game today. Because remember, BLG are the 2-1 team. Like, they rarely ever go to a 2-0 finish, even if it's a loss. It always ends up being 3 games. And today, against a team that's equally matched against them, it's just kind of sad to see. It is like Angel Beats. I was right. It was sad. It was depressing.
Yes. Yep.
Who knows where they ended up apart from each other.
To go further to your point, they've now played 13 series. Only 4 of those have been 2-0s in one way or the other. So really just showing that they can put up a fight against anyone, but anyone can also put up a fight against them. And now for BLG, I guess it would be Kanade if this is the end of it, because I guess she's also sad, but
wow.
She's leaving.
So you have watched the anime, haven't you? Hey?
Of course. Multiple rewatches, but point is TT's the dude. TT's the sad dude that is gonna get left by himself. You know, I'm spoiling it, but you know what? It's an old show, so who even cares? Look at the damage from Mel.
True.
Absolutely insane. Another great performance, but I'm with you. If On doesn't pick up MVP, I am shocked. Like, Elk being involved in more kills than even On was, you know, that's something I guess we can argue. Like, the damage was there, the KP was much higher. But those death sentences, like, he just hit them one after another.
Yeah. I'm about to go and play some solo queue Thresh from watching that as well. I think clean performance shows that On is not really that off switch that we talk about in the past. That On is someone who, you know, can have those really high moments. I think he's had other great splits like this before, but it's just nice to see him on a BLG lineup that has a lot of established talent that he's also hitting strides as well. Bin's our interview for today, though, ladies and gentlemen, in Shanghai. So we're going to throw it over to Wendy to hear his thoughts about that 2-0 matchup.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Bin from BLG with us. Congratulations on the super clean and super fast 2-0 victory. And my very first question is, now BLG, you guys have 3 consecutive wins and you accumulated 8 wins in total. So how would you comment on the team's performance recently? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常干净利落而且很迅速的2-0。现在呢 BLG 是来到了8胜，队伍也是来到了3连胜嘛，所以说你可能觉得队伍目前的一些表现和状态，我们Bin还满意吗？
最近这几场我们打的确实是挺好的，然后也是打得比较稳定吧，也没有，因为我们以前的比赛很多赢的都是2-1的嘛，然后我们今天也是2-0，然后上一场其实也是2-0，所以我觉得我们最近比较稳定的更多吧，然后我们只要正常发挥我们的实力，我们就可以赢下很多队伍的，包括我们后面的还有3场比赛。
So I must say, recently we have a more stable performance, a stable form, and we performed so good, quite good, I must say. And also previously we always win the game with a 2-1, but for today's best of 3 and also the previous one, we all win the game with a 2-0, very clean 2-0. So I'm quite satisfied with about this part. And also we still got 3 matches left for the regular season. I hope we can maintain this kind of form and performance to have a good result at the end end of the split. And let's talk a bit more about the champion choice for today's game. In game 1, the opponent's team, they have chosen this top lane Jace. Recently, we have seen more top lane Jace, but unfortunately, the win rate of this champion is not that high on the top lane. So what's the reason behind this? 那其实说到第一局的话，对面是选出了一个上单杰斯嘛。我们感觉好像最近 LPL 是有不少上单杰斯的登场，但是杰斯在上单好像胜率并不高，所以说可能阿斌会觉得，哎，这个的原因是什么呢？
我觉得主要就是因为杰斯这个英雄比较有点不稳定吧，然后这种英雄就是你可能帮了他，他也不一定能 C， 然后你不帮他，他又很容易炸，加上他的英雄属性又是那种比较软的英雄嘛，就是比较喜欢打 poke， 而且上单杰斯上单这个位置本来就是可能需要，要么你就是战士可以一直单带，要么你就是坦克可以清到前排嘛，但是你杰斯又不能单带，又不能去当前排，那所以上单杰斯就比较难赢了。
So I feels like for Jace this champion may not be a very good choice for the top lane. Because first of all, Jace this champion is not that very strong champion, and also the strength of this champion is maybe doing some pokes, but it's not very but usually on the top lane we may have some boosters or warrior champions that can push the side lanes, or maybe in this meta we have some tanky champions to become the front lane of the whole draft. But for Jace, it's very hard to have this kind of functions, so that's maybe the reason why Jace cannot perform so good in recent meta. And also if you just choose Jace this champion, you really need to give some help to the top lane. But for Jace, if you help him, he may not be able to carry the whole game, but if you just give up this top lane, he can just like it's very easy for the whole team to lose the game. So I think Jace may not be a very good choice for the top lane. And my next question is about game 2. In game 2, it feels like you guys really have a very good decision in the mid game. You guys were able to use the second Rift Herald to even break the inhibitor tower, and were able to use the hook from the Thresh to open the whole situation. And at the same time, you was able to push the side lane at the bot lane. So tell us more about the strategies from you guys in the mid game of game 2. 那其实是来到第2局的话，感觉你们中期的处理还是比较好的，因为来到了中期，你们是一直在利用一个垂直的钩子，然后来找机会，同时是利用了2先锋，是直接破掉了中路的一个高地塔。在当时你也是一直在下路在单带，所以说想问一下，可能你们中期处理的思路是怎么样的？
中期的话，其实我们也就是玩的比较正常吧，因为主要是我们效率不是很大，然后加上他钩子勾得很准嘛，然后就一直在寻找机会。其实我也是就在边线一起带吧，然后连个 TP 可以看他们的情况，如果不需要我的话，我就一直带他，然后如果需要我就可能会踢过去吧。
So I really feels like why we have this kind of strategy in the mid game is we really have a very huge lead from the early game in the bot lane, and after that we can really put our bot lane in the mid lane, and also the hook from that Thresh is really possess a very good hooks for every hard engage, and after that I can just successfully and comfortably to push the side lane in the bot, and also I got my teleport, so I can make some decisions based on the situation. If my teammates need me, I can just use the teleport to help them, join them in the battlefield. If they don't need me, I can just push the side lane around the bot lane to enlarge that advantage, and successfully was able to get more wins from that. And my last question is about next game, because next game you are going to face against top esports. Definitely they're also a strong opponent, and they have 8 wins as well. So what's your preparations for the next game? 那接下来你们下场比赛要面对滔博嘛，同样也是8胜的队伍，对于竞争季后赛还是非常可以说是紧张激烈的一场对决。所以说，可能对下场比赛有什么样自己的期待呢？包括说你们会进行怎么样的一个准备？
下场比赛我觉得是我们很重要的一场比赛，因为其实滔博就是他们成绩也是还不错的，然后也是可以说也是在跟我们竞争一个排名嘛，所以我们很重要的就是赢下他们，然后。就我希望我们可以打得更好，然后我也希望我自己就是可以把上路这个点给突破掉，然后也希望我队友们他们也可以打得更好，然后我们5个人一起赢下游戏。
So I must say the next game against Top Esports is definitely a very crucial matchup for us because they also got 8 wins. So that matchup is really a very crucial matchup in deciding our standings for the playoffs. So definitely I hope the whole team can have a better performance, better synergy in the next game. And personally, I would like to just have a very good performance on the top lane, and also together with the help of my other teammates, I hope we can get a win for the next game, and I hope we can show you guys a best performance and a very exciting best of 3. And thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们 and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy. Thank you to Ben. It is good to hear they're gearing up for the top esports series because Lyric, after that one, that was a stomp. That was a very good showing from BLG and honestly gears them up to lock in playoffs with a win there as well.
Honestly, yeah, they're looking like they're in a split schedule's relatively hard. Like they have Top Esports, then they have IG and OMG. Like neither of those teams are slouches, regardless of if BLG come in favored or not. But they're still in a really solid position. And I also believe we got told MVP. We told MVP. MVP sounds right.
I think is Shun Elk. No, never mind. I'm like, forget that.
I was
Somewhere
say,
from the bottom line.
Yeah, I figured it was in the bot lane, but yeah, Elk sounds about right. Again, me and Eric are giving a special shout out to On, especially because of his career trajectory. Elk really has been someone who has been someone to watch since day one. I remember the old WE strat of this guy plays so ridiculously and so aggressive back then that we're gonna funnel everything bot. Maybe not necessarily because he's our best player, but because if he's gonna do this anyway, if we're all here and able to enable it, he will be able to pop off. But over the years, he's shown he can pop off regardless, and he can find those 2v2 advantages on his own. And you know what, Elk, Jomung, you can pick which name is better yourself, but his play can't be questioned.
No, it can't be. Not in this series, not in this game. Congrats on the MVP. As we're saying, On deserves the follow-up mention, especially when the 2v2 in both games was iconic here. And it's just nice to see that the strength of BLG has been, really consistent. Like Elk has been the best player on this team, or at least one of most consistent damage source, and On performing with him as well gives a lot of strength to, I think, a player that was also known for the 2v2s when he was on WE as well. Like Elk, or rather Jomung back then, he and Missing played a lot for the 2v2s, especially in the early rounds of playoffs.
Yeah, and as we start cycling through like our end of day graphics of today's games, standings, all that, I actually want to talk about TT like while that's going on, because people might wonder, so like what does it look like for TT heading towards playoffs? They have 2 hard games left. They have Top Esports, EDG. You would expect they lose those like realistically, but they have AL, so they should make it to 8. The only team that can look to punish them is WE, but WE, they could make 9, but they play Weibo left, so it's like that's dicey. They also might only make 8, so it might actually come down to TT for game difference if like the favorites continue to win the games that they're supposed to win.
It really has come down to game difference practically every split. I think we've only had 1 or 2 basic splits in the past. We'll bring up standings for today and results rather as well for you on screen while we talk about this. But after today, things in the middle of the pack only get more interesting. BLG might move up, but OMG losing out means Weibo are up in their position. Like our 8 and 7s are teams right now that are just fighting to get those couple of crucial wins. I mean, you could even say the same of teams like IGs we'll see in a second, right?
Yeah.
We're talking a lot about them who need wins desperately, but their schedule looks a little bit more difficult as well. So nothing's really set in stone.
These teams are fortunate that both LGD and RA have tough schedules left, because it pretty much means that the only team you realistically have to be afraid of is any of those bottom teams in the top 10 is WE. So so we at least shouldn't have too much shakeup in terms of right now who is sitting in these playoff spots. Really only WE is a threat, unless LGD or RA like go on some sort of insane run. LGD technically already have been impressing, so I won't discount them completely, but it would be hard.
It would be, and again, like the number, even getting 9 in some cases with how close the middle of the pack is, isn't enough itself as well. Game difference matters so much for breaking ties. In our penultimate week start, we're going to be talking more and more about playoffs. 7 spots left remaining. Tomorrow, I want to see what we got tomorrow, because I think we could have the potential of more guarantees, or at least close to, right? IG with a win there against NIP, it's a must. If you want to see IG in playoffs, they kind of need to look at winning, I'd say at least 2 Lyric, but obviously they want to win it all for the guarantee.
They at least need to hit 8. Like 8 to me is kind of the Like, WE can hit 9, but WE realistically probably should hit 8, so you at least want to be in that tying realm and then bring it to game difference. So, yeah, IG, big one to Ultra Prime and RA. I mean, even though neither of them mathematically eliminated, kind of playing for pride in my mind, or at least being able to show improvement, right? Because Ultra Prime and RA are both teams on massive loss streaks, but also teams who have, like, viciously almost won games and then lost that should have been won. So I don't know.
I mean, RA especially. RA were a team I thought at one point were going to make playoffs. So I'm not sure, but either way,
I want to see Ning do well on the opposite side. Give Ning some wins, dude. Give Ning some wins.
No, agreed. Look, I mean, it does deserve it in the driving force of Ultra Prime, but still, that's tomorrow, folks. That's Tuesday for you. Big thank you to Lyric for joining me. Thank you to all of you for sticking by as well. Tonight was a little bit quick, but still, we start off our penultimate week of the LPL. 2 weeks left to go before we run into playoffs with our top 10. It's already come this quick around. I thank you again. It is bye for now, but not forever, and more LPL tomorrow as per usual.